this.
Here are Isaac Ropp and Jason Sakanik with Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, what it do? What is up? Good Wednesday. It is one half of your sports bros.
I'm a half.
Hey, wait a minute. I got to introduce you, dude.
Sorry, jumped the gun.
You guys know who that was? Well,
Does that help?
No. This show is special because it's Wednesday. But it's also special because I got a guy over there who is probably 3 IPAs deep. Ladies, he said only 2. Ladies and gentlemen, he is him. It is Patrick Harris in today on the program.
You know. Thank you.
Welcome. And,
you know, it's big game situation, man. Big game situation, and I'm here for it.
It's a what now?
Big game situation.
Why?
Well, you were so desperate.
Yeah.
You knew that you could not possibly do anything without.
I needed, yeah.
Without
I needed
me.
you.
Without me specifically.
I needed you today.
Yep, I'm here.
Well, you're here because you said, hey, Rob, Sook's going to be out. If you need me, just let me know. I don't have a job.
Free agent is
so
what I
was
like to call it.
All right. I mean, you know.
Free agent or retirement, one of the two.
Doing this job is a little bit like sports in that your best ability is availability.
Without a doubt.
You know, this is
Paging
what Will
Jordan Schultz and Will
yes,
Ortner.
They both do it really well.
They
Will Ortner
never
especially.
turn down a shift.
That's
Never.
right. They're always available, and that is why they are up-and-coming stars of radio. And now, let's add you to the list. By the way, let's not overlook the real life. Like, what other show has a Sprint Tri-Clydesdale on it? Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Buckley. And listen, Buckley went on a run today, and he showed me his route. Or is it route? What do you say?
I think it's route, but I only say route for 66
Oh,
because of the song.
okay.
The song is like on Route 66, but everything else I would say route. It's like I would say the Caribbean unless it's Pirates of the Caribbean.
Pirates of the Caribbean. Yeah, Caribbean.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I'm going to see the new Pirates of the Caribbean
So basically,
movie.
you're a sheep and you just go with what everybody else says.
Yeah, but like Ronald Acuna is from the Caribbean.
Yeah, that's what I say.
Yeah.
Caribbean. Yeah, Caribbean.
But I would say
we went through this once. One is definitely correct and the other is incorrect. Caribbean versus
Caribbean.
They're from the Gulf of America, realistically.
I think
That's
it might
right.
be. Are
Never
they from
forget.
Caribe? Is it Caribbean for that
Or is
reason?
this like a Turkey thing?
Or
Turkey?
Caribbean. I
You
don't know
know,
if
Like,
it's
doesn't
Ruby.
Turkey have a new name?
Wouldn't it help if we
Turkey.
could remember any of our segments that we've ever done? Because I think we just did this, didn't we?
I think we've done
We
it
just did
within the last 6 to 9 months.
Yes, and I don't remember. But
The best is 6 to 9 months, not like 6 to 9 years. Oh, yeah, 9 years ago we talked about this.
Well,
I don't expect you to
sometimes-
remember that.
sometimes I remember those.
Yeah.
You know, they're classics. I mean, like in our head, they're classics. Hold on, I got to log into my. See, they make you to log in here. We have about 8 steps.
Oh yeah, I was trying to do
one
to do mine,
There we go.
Caribbean.
and
Caribbean.
I was talking with Danny
Caribbean.
Meringue. You know, you do the
He shaved his head, by the way.
I know, it's wild.
How about that?
You do the shuffle, you know, it's like you're coming into the studio like
Yeah.
we do on Tuesdays.
That's right.
You come in, you get about 10 seconds to say your highs and your goodbyes. And Danny and I were having a nice conversation about shaving head. As a bald guy, I'm really mad at people with full heads of hair that shave their head. Like Shaka Smart. Like, why were you bald for so long when you have awesome hair?
I think
but
he looks better bald, by the way.
I think he does too.
Agreed.
But the whole time I'm kind of sitting there in the back of my mind thinking, like, Danny, I got to end this conversation. I got like 30
Yeah.
steps to log into
Well,
this
Danny
computer.
likes to talk.
And I only log into this. I only log into yours. I never log into this one.
Well, I've got a whole control system over here.
That's what I do when I'm over there. Now I'm just flying
True
blind.
story.
You know? Yeah.
I'm just blind over here.
Yeah, you're in Sook's spot.
Yep.
Sook's chair.
Yep.
Watch out. Well, anyway, Buck went on a run today, and he sent me his route
Or my route.
or his route, and he said it's Clyde's Hump Day Hoofing, which I enjoyed. He's a Clydesdale. That's what they call the fatties that are in the sprint tries.
The Husky boys.
Clydesdale.
The 220 plus division.
They call it the Husky boys. They call them Clydesdales.
Yeah, in triathlons we're Clydesdales.
So he's a sprint try Clydesdale.
Sprint
Sprint
triathlon
wannabe
Clydesdale.
Which this morning he went almost 3.3 miles at a pace of 11 minutes per mile. So that's pretty good. That's better than you did the
other day. A new personal best.
Look at him go.
You know, it's always funny. Like, I want to sit here and like laugh at Buck for running for fun because I think running for fun
It's
is
not fun. I love it.
one of the dumbest things in the world.
I could not agree.
But like, you ran what 3.5 miles today?
Yeah.
Couldn't tell you.
Yeah,
Couldn't tell you last time I ran 3.5 miles. Couldn't tell you the next time I'm going to run 3.5 miles.
I saw a woman running, shuffling along there on the way in, and I always really appreciate
Sure.
people that are doing that. Now, I used to, full disclosure,
You were a runner, right?
we were a running family. My dad was a runner, and we got into running, and my brother ran, and we ran a lot.
You were a little cross country guy.
I did a little cross country.
Do you track also, or did that conflict with baseball?
I did some track. I was pretty slow, but actually I was pretty fast. I was a little guy, but I was white, so I was a runner.
Gym rat.
So I did.
First in, last out.
I mean, there was a time in my life where I liked running, but I could not agree any more with you now that I'm just not gonna go for a jog. It's just not gonna happen. Even if my doctor said you're gonna die in a week if you don't, I probably wouldn't.
Yeah.
I'd
No.
go say my goodbyes at the bars.
Without a doubt, yeah. You got a week left unless you run 3.5 miles every day. It's like, whew, babe, you want to go to France for a couple days?
Right. And then not run there.
No, definitely not.
So anyway, we're really supportive of our sprint try, Clydesdale.
Well, at least one half of this show is. We'll find out about the other half.
But sometimes, do you watch people running? See, Buck would be a good guy to ask this because you are now that guy out running. He's just jogging, nice weather, beautiful day.
Yeah, it was a great day for a run.
What do you think when you see other people running, especially the ones that aren't like, because you see those people that you can tell run like 9 miles a day.
Yeah, you can tell
And
the runners from the people trying to get into shape.
Yes, then
Well,
those
usually,
people.
the guys have a shirt off, so you can
Sometimes.
see them physically. They run.
Take off your shirt and throw me. Well, those guys are like sick in the head, I think. Like they're addicted.
Mm.
Like that's
That's a thing, yeah.
it's a problem. But then the flip side, as Buck said, is you see the people who are just desperately trying to get in shape, and it's not really going all that well.
Whoa. I don't know if I'm desperate.
Well, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying, like this
just
poor
joking.
woman I saw out there a little bit ago. I mean, boy, she was struggling, and
Yeah.
she, probably weighed 275. And
Those are the ones that I always kind of, when I'm
I'm just
driving
like-
by, my side thought is, get it.
yeah,
I'm just
oh,
like,
that's
get
what
it.
I think too. I'm
Get
like,
it.
hey, this is great.
Hell yeah, good for you. That's
That's
what I
right.
And then
think.
when I see David Beckham running down the street with no shirt on and
You're like,
tats everywhere and
okay,
abs, I'm like,
jerk.
dude, you're exhausting.
Loser.
Yeah. I know your body type is what my wife would like mine to be, but you're a loser.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I want to run.
All that guy does when he's not running is look at himself in the mirror.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't want that guy. Okay, you want guys like, well, not really like me or you or Buck, but there are guys that you want.
What you
That aren't that.
What you think we are is what you want.
Yeah. So anyway, I was looking at her going, I always have a worse thought that comes after like the good for you part, and it's always, that won't last. And I
You said that yesterday. You're like, you're going to do this triathlon, and
Yeah.
that's going to be the end of this.
and I hate thinking this way, but I do. I just think it's cute. I love it. Tussle your little hair. I want you to run, but it's going to end, and it will end sooner than later.
It's entirely possible, but
And
what,
that- and the
there
reason
won't
for
be
that-
anything wrong with that if that's the case
That's
too.
absolutely
Like
correct.
I'm not investing anything
Absolutely
other than
correct.
sweat equity and
But I think the reason for that is that it goes back to Patrick's original point, which is the whole thing is dumb.
Yeah.
And I think at some point you realize that.
But the whole idea of trying to maintain a healthy profile is not dumb.
right.
No, not at all.
You just figure out there are other ways to do that.
Sure. I do
Starve
it better
yourself.
with goals ahead of me, though.
Starve yourself.
Maybe
Or a
more
ball.
sustainable ways.
I could play pickup basketball for like 4 hours just because there's a ball and a score. But running, I hate.
What about like a keto diet? Can you
So wait a
just
minute.
lose everything that way?
He just mentioned he hates running, and
Yeah.
yet this is what you chose to do to get in shape.
See,
Yeah,
that
well, what
just
else am I
fascinating.
going to do?
That just means you hate
Swim.
yourself, though.
I was swimming. It's fine. I don't know if
That
I'm
just
pushing
means
myself enough.
You hate
know?
yourself.
Yeah, if it's like when I go to the gym, I swim because I love to swim. Okay, I love swimming. Being in a pool at a gym is not a problem for me. But I hate running. So the idea of deciding to run to get in shape means I'm so mad at myself for putting myself in this situation
It's gotten
that
to
I'm going
that
to
point.
force myself to do something that I absolutely hate.
It's gotten bad.
That makes me think that Buck low-key hates himself.
I don't think that's true.
No,
But
I just have little kids and would like to maybe increase my longevity here.
yeah, and that's great. But I think again, people end up coming back to, food, sustainable lifestyle of, like
Can't eat out every day.
Yeah, and you got to eat the right things.
Right.
And maybe a little fasting.
I only eat from 12 to 8.
Maybe, so you're a faster.
Yep, I'm a faster.
It's a new thing. And
It's also more just I don't like eating till noon.
Well, I think
and I don't like eating late.
Once you start fasting, I think you realize, and there are different increments of fasting, but once you do it, you realize how little food you actually need. And it's really just the little food that you do need just needs to be the right food. And then I think you look at things totally differently.
Are you still doing that, Isaac? Are you still?
Yeah, I still do that.
So what's your window?
Well, I have a great schedule because I will eat before the show, and I'm done until tomorrow morning.
So you're a 1 meal a day guy.
No, I'll get up in the morning and
have breakfast and a lunch,
a little snackaroonie or
Because
something.
when you get home 7:30, 7:45,
I don't need any food.
Yeah.
And then I'll go to bed. I go to bed early. Now, sometimes
Grab a bevy, maybe.
a little bourbon,
sometimes,
a little rye.
or sometimes if we go out or something. But it's usually weekdays, like the schedule. It's easy.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's very nice. Anyway, Patrick, it's nice to have you in here.
It's nice to be here.
You old son of a bitch.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And Buck's here. And Patrick, I believe, let's confirm this before we get into sports. And are you one of 2 fan hosts who were born from Hunt for the Host?
I am one of 3.
Who am I missing? Okay, so Luke,
myself,
you,
and Rashad.
Rashad, he was Hunt for the Host?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the story is the first year of Hunt for the Host, I made the final 8 or the final 12. I can't remember if it's 8 or 12, and then I was booted. It was a club segment that got me roasted.
Really?
They were like, "You're not funny. You don't understand pop culture. You suck. Get out of here." And I was voted off the island. That
Quite
year,
the synopsis.
That year, Keith Hill won it. The old Enterprise Rent-A-Car, Keith Hill, and Luke took second. Those were the 2 in the final.
Yeah.
And I think old Sacramento, basically on his depth chart,
Rest in peace.
may he rest in peace, not dead, had Rashad at number 3. So then Luke and Keith got a show.
Yep.
And Sacramento Sinner and Saint, and Sacramento put Rashad with Mike Lynch.
Yep.
R.I.P.
On the weekend.
Also not dead.
Yeah.
On the weekends to do Sports Sunday, which is now Joe Fisher.
Yeah. Okay. And then where do you come in?
And then the next year we ran it back, and I won that.
Oh, we did 2 Hunt for the Host.
Did 2 of them.
Yeah, you won it.
I won it the next
year. You came
year.
back strong. Patrick Harris 2.0.
It's Luke and I battle with this all the time. I'm like, Luke, I'm a winner. You're a loser. And
yeah,
he's
he
like,
was a runner-up.
He was like, well, I lost first.
Yeah.
I was like,
R.I.P.
That's fair.
I still won, though.
He beat you. When you guys went head-to-head, he beat you.
But he still lost.
Yeah. That sounds like sour grapes coming from
It
me.
is.
Hunt for the Host was fun. What year?
10 years ago for me. Luke is 11 years. I'm 10 years, like 2 weeks ago.
2014, 2015.
Something like that.
We would go out to Buffalo.
2015.
We would go out to Buffalo Wild Wings, and we would put on and it was aired. We put it on the air.
Yep.
It was at 7 after our show, maybe 6.
The prelims air, but Swag was there, and so you had 2 minutes to talk about whatever you wanted.
Yeah.
And they just gave you a mic. They were like, Isaac Ropp, your turn.
Yeah.
Go. And you had 2 minutes, and then there was a group of judge there. I think Sacramento was there, and maybe some other people. Maybe Bossman Cooley was there at the time. I don't remember. And it was just kind of like yes, no, yes, no, yes, and then you moved along, and then we went to Lloyd Center, Buffalo Wild Wings.
And that's where we aired it.
And that's where we aired it.
And and you guys did little bits, and we actually found 3 hosts out of that are still here to this. 10 years later, there are 3 guys still here. That I think that's great.
Those guys are 11. They got another year on
11 or
I'm a 10. They're 11.
That's amazing. Well, Patrick's going to be hanging out with us today, and we are going to talk about sports. News of the day, Seggy, first, because there's a lot of stuff that dropped kind of late breaking, including did John Elway kill his friend? Next on The Fan.
The Fan.
Hi, Patrick Harris is here today. It's Wednesday. We are goofing off. Beautiful day.
Must be a Wednesday. It's always a Wednesday.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, that used to be the start of your program until they moved it to Tuesday.
Now it must be a Tuesday because it's always a Tuesday.
Of course, Patrick, I did fail to mention in the first seggy, if you're new to Patrick, he is of Hunt for the Host fame, but he also hosts the baseball show, which is every Tuesday night after us at 7 p.m. with Joe Fisher. Hot Corner.
The Hot Corner.
And we do have some baseball on today's program, which we'll get to later. I want to do a news of the day seggy because you and I were texting back and forth this morning, and there's a lot of stuff on there that we'll get to, but a lot has gone down since you and I spoke, and I just wanted to get to some of it because it's late breaking and relevant. We're gonna start chrono. That's what the kids say for chronologically.
Chrono.
Yeah.
My kids are really young.
Sure? No.
My kids are really young, so I feel like I get the second generation.
How old are your kids?
8, 10, and 12.
Oh, wow.
So I get like the second generation of what the kids are saying, and by the time it's reached me, I'm way behind. But I'm put behind the 8 ball to begin with.
Well, yeah, you're not. It's not like, okay, but
if you got a 17-year-old who's all up in the know of everything, then you're going to know chrono. My kids are going to say chrono in like 2 months.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah.
Right now, it's just lit, fam.
Yeah,
right?
we're still lit. Yeah, we're still super
There's
lit.
this big one with the youngs, like my nieces told me it's like Skibidi
Toilet?
Skibidi Toilet.
Oh,
yeah.
man, dude.
What is going on?
That's the dumbest thing in the world.
Boy, it really
it's
is.
banned
Skibidi
in my
Toilet?
house.
Yeah,
What is
Skibidi
that?
Toilet.
Yeah, my 8-year-old, he loves to say it. If he says that, I'm like,
Yeah,
absolutely
it's
not.
a super young kid thing.
Does that just mean I have
it's
to
a
go
you-
pee? Like, what is
it's
it?
a YouTube thing.
I don't even, honestly, I
Okay.
can't even.
So it's a meme?
Yeah.
They
it's
call
like-
you like Skibidi Toilet, and then it's funny to them. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
If somebody could explain it on the text line, that'd be great.
That would be
And
great.
we'll read it, but I don't know.
They will ask me to say things that are like inconsequential in my mind. They're like marble table. Say marble table, and I say marble table.
Yeah.
And you're like, I
little-
don't know if I want to know, but
Yeah.
I kind of want to know because you find this hilarious, and I just said marble table, and they're like, he said it again.
Yeah, I can assure you it's not cool. You don't need to know.
Yeah.
Moron kids. Anyway, we're going to start chronologically because I saw where Tyrese Halliburton's dad apologized. Now, this is what we left the show with last night. This is all happening right as we left the show.
I was listening. P1. I'm a P1
So
over
you
here.
saw that with Giannis and
I saw it,
Halliburton?
and I was on my way down here to do the show, so I caught your last seggy.
So that, the more I think about that, dude, that Halliburton guy, Tyrese's dad, is lucky he is not in the hospital.
He's lucky he didn't get
agree.
his jaw broken, 100%.
How you're
Giannis-
lucky. He's lucky it's Giannis.
Yes.
He's lucky it's Giannis.
100%.
And
Like
did you
I saw
see-
Ron in the stands.
Yeah.
If
Giannis
that's
looked like he
Ron
was about
Artest-
ready to go, too.
If that's Ron Artest, I saw
Yeah.
Ron courtside last night, which, by the way, I love Ron Artest. If that's Ron Artest, yeah, man,
yeah,
you
he's
might be
dead.
dead.
He's dead. But yeah, and Giannis did look really pissed. Like you caught him you caught him at the worst time, and he still held himself in check, which I think is amazing. But the thing that bothers me, so Halliburton's dad, I guess what we ended up seeing with another angle is that he had some sort of sign or shirt or something that he was dangling in front of Giannis.
Dropping F-bombs. This is
Yeah,
what we effing do.
yeah,
This is what we
whatever.
effing do.
Well, the big thing that you mentioned yesterday is as soon as the game was over, he ran onto the court and got in Giannis's face, which is just
Yeah.
unbelievable.
Well, that he had some sort of white, I couldn't tell what was on it, but he had some sort of white banner or something that he was holding up showing Giannis, and Giannis was just staring him down. Anyway, Halliburton's dad did apologize today, and this bothers me, and I want to know what you guys think about this, because I firmly believe there is a difference between just making a mistake and apologizing for it and what he did. In other words, I hate the act of somebody just being a schmuck and then saying sorry. Because that to me says that this is a pattern in your life. You do this all the time. You act like an idiot and then you keep saying sorry and you get away with that and you think that's good enough. To a lot of people, that's not good enough. You're an idiot, you're a schmuck, and you should have been dropped right on the floor by Giannis and it would have been great. He's a grown-ass man. He should be able to control himself in that moment, right? Or do you think that's just a mistake that's okay, say you're sorry and move on.
And I think being a family member of the team, you're held to an even higher standard than the average person.
Yes.
I don't know, man. Mistakes happen. Like, people
Do you
make
think that's a
mistakes.
mistake, or
No,
is he just a douchebag?
absolutely not. I think
Exactly.
you're a douchebag.
Exactly.
I like, mistakes happen, okay? Like,
And you need to apologize for your mistakes.
It's been a long time since I've done a 4-hour radio show, okay? If I zone out at some point, that's a mistake. If I drop an F-bomb at some point, that's a mistake. But if I come in here and say, Rob, you're one of the worst people I've ever seen ever do this job, that's not a mistake. That's your choice. And I think
right.
Pops, as he's called, Pops.
You happen to be right.
Pops, well, that's why we love you. Pops, that's not a mistake. That's not a heat of the moment. You don't decide in that moment. Okay, so it's like, you guys were talking a couple weeks ago about like two dogs that got into something, and some guy runs over there to rip this dog out of the jaws of someone else, right?
Yeah.
That's the fight
Right in the butt.
That's a, like, holy S, I got to do something right now to fix this. What Pops did last night, that's premeditated.
Yeah.
That's like, I can't wait to win. I'm going to go on the court. And even if it's a minute before that happens, he's still sitting there going, I'm going to go to Giannis's face and talk trash.
Yeah.
That's a choice.
Well, I don't know.
That's not a mistake.
I don't know if it's premeditated. I would say that he's probably a guy who just can't control. He's so hyped. He's emotional. He can't control that, and he acts out. But that, now you're acting like a 10-year-old. Like, dude, you are a grown man. You should be able to control your emotions in that moment. And so that's why it bothers me when somebody just does something like that and then apologizes, and then it all's supposed to just go away.
Well,
I think that's bullshit.
We also got through the whole LeVar Ball thing. You know, like, bad parents, and I know we have some of this going on later in our show. Bad parents have always been a thing when it comes to athletes, whether you're a kid, teenager, superstar, etc. But we lived through the LeVar Ball aspect, which was some of the most nauseating sports stuff we've ever had to live through.
He's kind of gone away.
He has gone away because his kids aren't very good outside of LaMelo, who's okay. So that kind of goes away. So now when you see parents of superstars acting this way, you're like, dude, we've already done this. Go away. I'm exhausted by you. There's no, I can't understand, even a Pacer fan who's got a Tyrese Halliburton jersey, I can't actually believe someone that says, he was kind of in the right there.
Yeah.
Like,
well, imagine
there's no way.
If you're a Lillard guy and Lillard's mom was courtside some.
Yeah.
Imagine if Lillard's dad was courtside and was like this guy, or like LeVar, or like, even just like Dion. Imagine that. Maybe you would, if you're a fan of the team, maybe you'd be making excuses for him. But I think the guy's a bonehead, and it just bothers me when you do something stupid, not make a mistake, you just do something stupid, and then you just, oh, I'm sorry.
If you want a lesson in how to handle an escalating situation, look at Giannis. Giannis stood there as he was talking to him, and you could see Giannis, like if it's a meter, like a level meter, you could see his anger rising, rising, about to.
The guy who's twice his age.
And half his size.
Emotional intelligence. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so the things the Falcons have been fined for, and we have the latest on a fascinating story in sports that we can't get enough of. The latest on Billy B and his little girl, Jordan. That's coming up next. But first, here's Buck.
From the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brian Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan in the association tonight, a playoff doubleheader. The Warriors looking to eliminate the Rockets in Houston. Game 5 tipping at 4:30 on TNT, with Houston favored by 3.5. Then at 7, also on TNT, the Lakers try to avoid elimination on their home court at the hands of the T-Wolves. LeBron, Luka, and the Lakers are favored by 5.5. On the ice, the Capitals can eliminate the Canadiens in Game 5 tonight. Puck drops in D.C. at 4 o'clock on ESPN. The Lightning looking to avoid elimination on their home ice as they host the Panthers for Game 5. That one starting at 4:30 on ESPN2. And at 6:30 on ESPN, a pivotal Game 5 between the Blues and Jets in Winnipeg. That series is knotted at 2 games apiece. And on the diamond, the Mariners looking for a 2-game sweep of the Angels. Things were locked up at 3 in the 7th, and now the Mariners have poured on 6 runs. J.P. Crawford, Julio Rodriguez, and Cal Raleigh all leading the way with RBI hits. They're still in the bottom of the 7th batting. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan is live on YouTube and Twitch. And now, Window Nation brings you on-demand videos. Watch Window Nation's window into 1080 The Fan.
Here is the Skibidi Toilet expose that you didn't know you needed.
Which just made me ask more questions.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to explain this succinctly, and you're going to be like, what? But this is what 8-year-olds are into. Apparently, Skibidi Toilet is from a YouTube show. It's basically an animated war between toilet head people and camera head people.
Which made me ask, what is a toilet head person and what's a camera head person?
The show, it's a YouTube show, and it's... So, apparently singing human heads come out of toilets, and they fight humanoids who have cameras and speakers and televisions in place of their heads. So it's either a toilet with the human head, or it's a toilet with the camera, the speaker, the television, and they fight.
Okay.
And that's really all we need to know about Skibidi Toilet. You are welcome. Thank you.
Men of the people, we're here to help you out.
But it is a thing. And who, I mean, like,
So should I tell my 8-year-old I'm a camera head, leave me alone?
Yeah, see what happens.
Or should I tell him I'm a toilet head?
You might blow their mind. I don't know which is better. I can tell you the animated toilet head, human head, is terrifying.
Then I'm going to choose camera
that.
head.
Yeah.
I'm going to choose camera head.
Skibidi Toilet. So Bill Belichick and Jordan, what's her last name?
Jordan Hudson.
Yeah, we've got the latest on this. Now, we talked about...
She's a Jordan, too.
She is?
That's correct.
She is a Jordan.
Jordon.
Oh, yeah, but she pronounces it Jordan.
Well, yeah. But
much like our friend Schultz.
Yeah, it's like a Jordan and an Aaron. Like, you will always be called that.
Jordan. So we talked about her yesterday, and, you know, look, I don't think it takes a genius to see this is going to end badly.
Some hard-edge journalism there.
Well, I don't know. The latest is that apparently she killed Hard Knocks. So North Carolina was going to be on Hard Knocks. And they
were going to go college route.
Yeah. Yeah. And Belichick was all for it. Belichick wanted it. I think he probably wanted it to
he said he pushed for it.
Recruit,
yeah.
And she killed it. And the people at HBO won't say that she killed it, but apparently that's what happened, is she got involved. So this is the bigger theme. coming off the CBS interview is that she is all up in his media business and his PR business, and she's not doing a very good job of it. UNC released a statement today saying all the wrong things about how the CBS interview went down, and it's supposedly from Bill, and he's upset about how everybody focuses on one thing, but he wants them to focus on another thing, and they keep asking questions about Jordan. I mean, like...
And can I just say, this is exactly what you said
Yes.
yesterday about trying to thread the needle and these people at these elite places telling others what to think. The moment they released that statement saying, don't believe what you're seeing, this is part of another thing, people just doubted it even more.
Yeah.
Like you're just being stupid.
It's really shocking. This is just a repeat of yesterday. How many entities, whether it be Jordan or Belichick or North Carolina, do not understand how media works when they work with the media constantly. Like they should know exactly how it all works.
Well, especially Bill, because of how he's been for 20, 30 years with the media.
Right.
Like you could
thinks-
be tired of his shtick. You could be tired of the and the blah blah blah. But he knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing, and he got away with it for
I
a
think
long time.
Yeah. See, I don't know if he knew what he was doing. I think he did what he thought was the best way to handle it, which probably was for him. It made him look like an ass, but to your point, it's like
It worked.
yeah, I think it worked for him.
It became
was
a
really
meme.
bad.
It became a joke. It became a.
It wasn't great for him.
Moving on to Cincinnati.
It wasn't great for him in the eyes of
Yeah.
other people. You're in the public eye, but at the same time, I don't think he gives a rip about that. His thing is, and he said this in this stupid North Carolina release today, this man believes that he should be able to put out a book, and he thinks that his interview tour that she set him up on to go around talking about the book, he thinks they should only ask about the things that he wants them to ask about. Like it's absurd how
Control the
out
narrative.
of how
Yeah.
out of touch these people are. Dude, you're dating a 24-year-old woman. You're
hot.
73,
A hot.
super hot, and she's sitting there controlling in your interviews, and CBS shows that. You don't think they're going to show that?
Yeah.
I mean, you're dumb. Like
The story became that. The
and
story was
that's
no
their-
longer Bill.
and that is their own fault. And that's exactly what CBS said. They said, look, we went in there to do a story, and stories they take on a mind of their own based on what happens.
It was built as a fluff piece that nobody was going to watch or care about.
Well, that's what he wanted.
Their PR department, though, specifically said there were no preconditions or limitations on this interview. None. Not before, not after we talked to the
And
publisher.
that's what you're saying. Like, you can't go in blind. If you say, I don't want to talk, if we bring on Aaron Rodgers right now to interview him, he's going to say, I don't want to talk about ayahuasca. I don't want to talk about the Packers. And I don't want to talk about whoever I'm dating, and don't talk to me about my brother. Like, whatever. He's got a list of things. You bring on Mahomes. Okay. I don't want to talk about my crazy wife. I don't want to talk about my crazy brother. Anything else is fair game. To walk in and say, I don't have anything. You're setting yourself up. You got to roll with it.
Well, yeah. You have every right to say you don't want to talk about certain things. But this is my whole crux of my whole point is then don't be out there doing interviews and then get mad when people don't adhere to what you want. Like, you can be private. Just be private.
Mm-hmm.
Stop posting on Instagram. And guess what? People will leave you alone.
Stop posting weird
They don't
things
have
on
access to
Instagram,
you.
too.
Yeah, it's like they want their cake and eat it too. Like, I'm trying to find this. I want to read this North Carolina. I want to read this statement that
Not
they put
talking
out.
about this.
No.
No.
Here it is. Okay. So he released a statement responding to the awkward CBS News interview, which we've played here, claiming it presents selectively edited clips and stills from just a few minutes of the interview to suggest a false narrative that Jordan was attempting to control the conversation, which is simply not true. That's what he said.
I don't know. Stepping in and saying, hey, I know you're not interviewing me, but we're not going to do this. That's stepping in.
Exactly.
That's stepping in.
And this is the thing.
That's
is-
like Tyrese saying, my dad wasn't trying to aggravate Giannis. He
Right.
just happened to be
he
there.
just did.
But it's even another level because it'd be like if the Pacers or the Bucks commented on it from their PR team. Like, the fact that North Carolina's isn't this just Bill's problem? What does it even have to do with UNC?
Well-
Why are they stepping up?
Okay, so my philosophy on that is that they bent over backwards to get him. They were desperate to get him,
Well,
and he runs everything.
Well,
over
we
there.
see this. We see this and stuff. Not to mention him again, but it's like how much control does Aaron Rodgers have over Pittsburgh's draft? You know, there's been those rumblings. That's the kind of thing, like when you bend over backwards to get Bill Belichick in as your head football coach, you kind of got to deal with what you sign up for.
He's running things, which means she's running things.
Yeah.
And this is why it's getting bad. So here's the statement. Unfortunately, he said, I agreed to speak with CBS to promote my new book, The Art of Winning. Prior to this interview, I clearly communicated with my publicist at Simon & Schuster that any promotional interviews I participated in would agree to focus solely on the contents of the book. Unfortunately, that expectation was not honored during the interview. I was surprised when unrelated topics were introduced, and I repeatedly expressed to the reporter, Tony,
Whatever,
and the producers that I preferred to keep the conversation centered on the book. After this occurred several times, Jordan, with whom I share both a personal and professional relationship, stepped in to reiterate that point to help refocus the discussion. She was not deflecting any specific question or topic, but simply doing her job to ensure the interview stayed on track.
I can buy that.
Well, from his point of view, sure.
But the aesthetic is terrible. Like, if she is stepping in and saying, hey, no, remember, we're talking about the book. We're not talking about us as a dating. We're not talking about, you know.
He's a big boy, though. He can turn down his own
Six
questions.
Rings book or boat, whatever. Like, we're here to talk about the book. That I can understand. But the way it comes across like, you mentioned my name, and you will shut the F up right now.
It's already been addressed.
It comes across she comes across very aggro.
Well, she is, yeah.
Yeah, and instead
It's,
of like...
again, not the right way to handle business.
Instead of just saying, whoa, hey, we weren't going to do that.
Here's another thing. Here, I have a suggestion. I'm going to be a PR guy right now.
Love it.
So rather than go on an interview with a independent, neutral, journalistic television station, okay? Because you do not control them. You might think you want to, or do your best to try, but you're not going to. CBS has been in it for a long time. I don't know if you heard the show called 60 Minutes. Dude, they know what they're doing when it comes to journalism.
They make TV shows about how these companies came to power.
Right. So it's like, you can try it that way. Like, you can try to control it that way, but it's going to end up like this because, again, you're dating a 24-year-old and you're expecting everyone to just ignore that. So you're an idiot. Here's my big PR idea. Jordan, if you're so great, why don't you sit down with him, put out a fun interview about the book, have some fun about their relationship or whatever, put it on YouTube. Dude, that thing would go viral and people would be like, "Oh my God, they're great. Look how cute they are." Or
maybe they're actually happy.
Right.
It's not a money grab or whatever.
Why don't you do that?
Well,
so in other words, my point is, if you're putting out content or you want people to consume your content, in this instance, his book, promote it yourself then. If you're using other entities like CBS News, which are big and have a lot of viewers, if you're using them to promote it, be prepared for what you're going to get from them.
Also, you're going to CBS like this morning. You're not going to CBS Sports.
CBS Sunday Morning, I think, which is a great show. I don't know if you watch that show.
I have seen that show.
Great show.
You are going to a mainstream media outlet, not a sports outlet. Their bread and butter is not sports. Their bread and butter is the juice.
Yeah.
And so, of course, they're going to squeeze you.
Well, and I just feel like, again, they're ignoring the idea that the juice is the thing that everyone wants to know about. It's the most... I'm sorry. It's pretty,
without a doubt.
It's pretty juicy. He's dating a 20... He's 73!
Look, my best friend is 40 years old. His partner is 65. You don't think that raises questions in our circle?
Damn.
It raises questions all the time.
I love that.
And you just kind of navigate
Let's get them on Sunday morning.
You know, he's my best friend in the world, and you navigate that and you kind of talk about that. But I don't see his partner walking in and saying, "Hey, we're not going to talk about that."
Yeah.
Because people are bred that way to ask those kind of questions. Not to derail too much, the worst part about this whole interview is that we missed the concept that Robert Kraft is not in the book.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what I want to know about. As a sports fan, I want to know, how does Bill Belichick write a book about his life in football and not include the owner of his 6 football rings?
By the way, that
He's bitter.
that was exceptionally awkward, and we have that 30
I know,
seconds
but like
right here.
that's what I want to know more about.
Well, he wouldn't talk about it.
Exactly. But that story gets buried because he's got a crazy hot 24-year-old. Yeah.
All right, you
and
can play
maybe that's the point.
He's not in this book. How come?
He's not. Well, again, it's about my life lessons in football, and
It's really more about the ones that I experienced directly.
He's not even in the acknowledgement section.
Correct.
Do you feel like you were treated with dignity and respect when you were let go by Robert Kraft?
Yeah, well, it was a mutual decision for us to part ways.
He said fired.
It was a mutual decision.
God. So again, he's
Brutal.
They dragged him into a place he didn't want to be, and he just shuts down and does the Bill thing. And
Yeah.
you usually can't. That's his prerogative, and that's the way he handles things. Okay,
And surely you should be able to see that question coming too, right?
For
if
sure.
You're coached up right.
But I
and,
feel like if Jordan doesn't jump in, that's the conversation that we're having. Is Bill's awkward response
Yeah.
to not having Robert Kraft in the book.
Yes.
And that story is dead 3 days ago.
yeah, no,
That's a Monday topic
100%.
that we go through and we let it go. Then people start making fun of Robert Kraft and his Thai massages, and Tom Brady gets brought into this conversation, and then that story dies. But here we are 3 days later, not talking about the real story, which is that Belichick hates Robert Kraft.
Well, clearly, yeah.
Clearly.
But he
hates.
won't. But he won't talk about it.
But he's said enough to me.
Yeah.
That
No, that's
little
true.
snip right there tells me all I
But,
need to know.
You know, the other thing too is he wrote a book that no one really cares about what he put in the book. He is ignoring everything that people want to know
Well,
from
everybody
him.
wants Tom, Bill. Everybody wants to know, and Tom's not going to say it, and Bill's not going to say
Yeah,
it.
I bet you Brady writes a book eventually and does say more than
Maybe after Bill dies.
maybe. But Bill he's blind. He just wants it one way, and it's just not going to be that way. And I'm amazed that smart people, very successful people, think like this and continue down this path when it just fails them every time. And he is failing again, and his book is going to fail, and their relationship looks like, like I said, I don't think that's going to end well. And by the way, somebody else said on the text line, the question was simply, how did you two meet? That was the
We're not
question.
doing that.
which they've explained before.
It's the
so what
simple
was
as
Like on
the
an
issue?
airplane? Weren't
Yeah.
they sitting next to each other on an
Yeah.
airplane?
Anyway,
I meet all my women flying business class.
We think.
Southwest Airlines.
I mean,
baby.
they could be the kings of sports media, at least right now, king and queen, if they handled this, if they just leaned into it and just were themselves.
Right.
People would love that.
Well, I think that's you've already kind of seen that a little bit from Bill in this North Carolina role. He's kind of let down the guard a little bit. There's not as much as that buttoned up,
Some of it.
$9
think some of
billion
that's-
industry.
Some of that's her.
Some of that's probably her, but he seems to have let go a little bit and realized if I'm going to recruit at a college level, I can't be, we're moving on to Cincinnati. Like I have to be a little more than that. And maybe that is her. But he started to open up a little bit. It's like 1 step forward, 5 steps back.
I know it.
It's like, we're going to do this. I'm going to show myself as a more open person. But the second I get uncomfortable, I'm out of here.
Yeah, it's crazy. All right, how many times have the Falcons been fined, and for what over the last 10 years? A quality list is next. Here's Buck.
The Fan is live
Never
on
mind, not Buck.
YouTube, Twitch, and now Window
Okay, so we're spending the first hour today discussing the news of the day. In our next seggy, we will get to... we have a real-life Coug in the studio today, Patrick Harris.
There ain't much of us. There ain't many of us. But we are alive.
I've choked Coug education there. There ain't much of us. I want to know...
Be a drop, I think.
I want to know how you guys are feeling. Because the Pac-12 has a new TV deal. Well, Pac-12, the Pac-2.
Right.
And so we'll talk about that in our next segment.
It'll be great too, not to reveal too much, but I've actually had this internal conversation a lot and have not really spoken much about it because it's actually kind of hard to talk to people about it.
I bet.
Because it's a weird spot.
It's intense.
I'm excited to have an adult professional discussion.
Well, and I'm interested to hear what because I've heard from some Beebs.
Some Beebs?
Justin Beebs. Text
from the Bieber universe?
No, I've heard from some Beebs about it, and we've talked about it here, but not through the lens of the Cougs. And so we will do that next. But a couple of other things we need to get to. One, real quick, John Elway. By the way, John Elway's a classic drunk. We all know that, right? Does everybody know that?
He just looks it.
You
know what I mean? Like, the Mr. Ed nickname is no longer good enough. Like, you just look like
Dude,
a
that's a
booze
drinker right there. What did you say, Buck?
Yeah, I think that those rumors are pretty widely spread.
Yeah.
Like, and not because they aren't without evidence.
Yeah,
hey,
if
look,
you've
man,
ever run into him.
I love alcohol, too. But I don't think anybody looks at you and me and says, that guy's a booze.
I've heard Guy can tie one on,
Yeah,
especially golfing, honestly.
Well, I can tie one on, too, but my face doesn't reek of alcohol.
Well, he's a little older than
literally
you.
And figuratively.
He's been doing it a long time. Suk tells legendary stories about him when he was in Broncos camp.
Yeah.
Of Elway just taking the golf cart and going to a bar. Like, practice is over. I'm out of here.
Can't get to his own car, just takes the golf cart.
Well, you know, they're at camp, so he's just like, I'm just gonna go drinking. What are you gonna do about it, Shanahan? Unbelievable. So he said Elway was a badass, like a great leader, good dude. Everybody loved him, just like he's the alpha guy.
But that was his demons, quote unquote.
Dude, anybody who's ever run into him at anything, and I've known some people that have known, or you know how it is. It's a small world. Dude, that guy is an animal. Today, a story has surfaced where Jeff Spurbeck, the longtime friend, business partner, and former agent of John Elway, died from injuries suffered when he fell off a golf cart, reportedly being driven by John Elway. He was 62 years old. The Riverside County, California coroner confirmed his death in a news release from the sheriff's office. This was Saturday night in La Quinta. And according to TMZ, Elway was driving the golf cart when Spurbeck fell off, hit his head on asphalt. He'd been sitting in the passenger seat. They had also reported he'd been on life support following the fall. Now, have you ever dumped a friend out of a golf cart?
No, but I have high-centered a golf cart.
High-centered, like on a hill?
On a hill,
yeah.
Well, I was like stealing it at 3 a.m.
Nice.
Yeah, but I did not dump the buddy. Like, the buddy stayed intact. Like, we were both sitting there like, we can't get it to move.
Oh, so just got stuck?
We bailed. Bail.
Yeah.
Bail.
Yeah. You didn't push it off of there?
No, run.
Yeah.
And we were like 20. We'd been drinking, and we're
not
not 21.
No way. Wait, drink what? I was perfectly...
Can you drive a golf cart sober?
Well, yeah. Yes, when you're golfing.
Well.
Some of us. I was perfectly sober and driving at... I was driving my buddy in a golf cart at... where were we? Oh, we were at OGA. And if anybody knows the 7th hole at OGA, you go down into this swale with the golf cart, and it's pretty steep, and it had been raining. And, dude... I damn near put that thing in the freaking...
in the drink?
In the drink, yes. And my buddy came flying out of there. He barrel rolled, had scrapes all over his arm and stuff. We were almost dead. Almost dead. I wasn't going all that fast either.
Well, had you been drinking?
No.
Oh, okay. So you have to imagine in this situation, they've been drinking.
Guaranteed.
Or at least John has.
Or at least John
Guaranteed.
has. Okay, so it's like, I don't necessarily blame John for dumping the buddy in the golf cart because it sounds like a semi-plausible situation. But if he fell out of the golf cart, so you're talking about like, look how high my chair is up. I know this is great for radio, but look how high my chair is up, right?
I see that, yes.
That's higher than probably a golf cart by a little bit, or maybe the same.
I think so.
So if I fall out of this chair and hit my head on the asphalt, I will most likely not die. But if I have 35 Kerr's lights in me and I'm bleeding out, yeah, man.
Or you're going fast. If I'm going fast,
you might be in trouble.
Dump you out of there. Well, he died. It's not might. He's dead. It's unbelievable.
There ain't much of us.
So I need to know more about this story, but that I got to tell you, I bet you there's a lot of Elway people out there that are like, oh yeah, I was waiting for that to happen. Surprised it took this long.
Oh yeah, but nobody's going to say anything.
No.
Elway is for
Nope.
sure protected.
Yep.
I mean, he's a god.
Yep. It'll be swept under the rug. And then last,
And he'll sell some more cars.
is that what he's doing?
I think he owns a large portion of dealerships in the Denver area. Like him and Peyton Manning, I believe, owns most of the Papa John's in the greater Denver area. Because that's what you do. You use your money to invest in businesses.
We have
like
Joey
that.
Harrington.
We
do we
Joey.
have another quarterback that?
What?
Like, I mean, look, John Elway, Peyton Manning. That's a pretty good quarterback duo to be owning businesses all around your city.
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
You know,
That's right.
Well, he's gonna have more time on his hands to.
Well, don't forget Uncle
pour
Spliffy.
over those numbers.
Don't forget Uncle Spliffy.
Well, yeah, rest in
he,
peace.
he got in the weed.
Really, rest in peace.
Really.
He died.
Actually dead. He is dead.
Yeah, he died.
We're not killing him. He's
So
dead.
the last thing is the Falcons got fined today because Jeff Ulbrich, the former Jets interim head coach, now their defensive coordinator, his son was the one that prank called Shedeur. So they fined the Falcons, and I think, Buck, help me out, 250 G's to the team,
And $100K to the coach.
and he had to find. Yeah, that's not an easy check to write.
That's probably over 10% of his salary.
Maybe.
What do you
I bet
think
we can find his
DC's making?
salary.
You think DC's making over $1 million?
Yeah,
Yeah?
I bet he is.
Okay.
He's pretty.
But still, 10% of your salary is Hey, Rob.
Dude, that ain't.
Hey, Rob, you said the F word the other day. I would like 10% of your salary. You're like, oof.
Yeah.
that
He's
hurts.
earning $1.6 million.
Okay.
160K is 10%.
Yeah. I can't imagine the conversation he had with that
Oh,
kid.
that's the thing. Like, what would you do with me? Like, what do you do with me?
I thought about that.
I got
today.
Bubba too. So I got my 8-year-old Bubba. Like, what do I think about Bubba? What are
Yeah.
you doing with me? Like,
I thought about that today, and I honestly, I did not have a good answer. Other
I
than
don't have an answer.
If
Other
you
than-
cost your dad $100K and his company $250,000,
well,
I don't
that
think
and
it's
just,
that.
You just your behavior. It's like, dude, you represent me. You're my son. I'm a somewhat high profile guy as the
Also,
defensive
you
coordinator.
Also, you stole something from me.
That's true.
You stole something
Yeah,
from me.
I don't know what I would say or how I would handle that. That's
You know?
one. It's like this is the hard part about being a parent, as you well know. You come into these situations where it's like, this is delicate. I don't know what to do.
It's
or
like my kid stole my pot and got stoned, and it's like, well, it's my pot. You
And
know,
now I don't have
You
any.
know, and it's like the
Y'all
kid
want to buy
took
some drugs?
the kid took Shadur's number off my iPad, and you're like, oh, that's my iPad.
Dude.
Why did I leave it open? How does he know the password?
So how
et
would you
cetera, et
handle
cetera? I don't know. I wrestled with the same thing.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think it is.
the
I think it
kid's
is
what, 22?
something like that. Yeah, college age. I think it's the ultimate. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Yeah.
Conversation.
It's a
you've
Mike
ever
Riley
had
talk.
in
I
your
think
life.
I'm mad and
A Mike Riley
disappointed.
talk. That's a great way to put it.
It's a Mike Riley
It's
talk.
a Mike Riley talk. It's
Where they're surprised. See, I know where you're going with this. The key here is they have to be so terrified, but then when you sit down, you're just you're calm about it.
because I don't know what to tell you.
So that throws them off because now they're like, oh, I thought he was going to yell at me.
Now my dad's gonna whoop my
You
ass.
open with the listen,
Yeah.
dude. I did some dumb stuff too.
Yeah.
And then they're like, oh, wait.
Oh, this must be really
maybe
bad.
maybe it.
Yeah.
However, I didn't do anything this stupid.
And you owe me $100,000, you little bitch.
You'll be working it off for the next however long.
I
it
think
takes you.
that's what it is. I think you just sit down and you just look at them and you're just
Dude, we need
like,
to evaluate.
that-
Yeah.
That's what it starts. It starts with a giant sigh.
Yeah. I mean, I love him, but what a bitch. Maybe it's overtime. It's like, you're going to have to prove to me that you're not a douchebag.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
You're-
mean, different words.
You know, your sister at Yale would never do something like this.
Wait, does he have a sister at Yale?
I have no idea, but I hope so.
So the
I hope he's at like Florida State partying hard and his sister's at like Cornell.
right. Yeah, is that where he went? Florida State?
I have no idea.
No,
I'm
he was
just-
at Ole
just
Miss.
spitballing.
Ole Miss.
Oh,
That's what it
okay,
was.
okay,
Yeah.
my bad.
Yeah.
Not Florida State, Ole
Idiot.
Miss.
So the things the Falcons have been fined for, this is
I have not seen this. This is fantastic.
This
I
is
can't wait for this.
just over the last 10 years. Somebody had this on Twitter. They got fined $350,000 and a fifth-round pick for having illegal crowd noise. You may remember that.
Bumping in.
Yep. $75,000 and $25,000 to the head coach for an injury report violation regarding Bijan Robinson,
Okay.
the running back.
No, that stuff happens. You got caught.
$250,000 and a fifth-round pick for tampering with Kirk Cousins, and $250,000 and plus $100,000 to the defensive coordinator for the draft prank calls. Someone else threw in, and a quick little reminder that Calvin Ridley, your wide receiver, was suspended for sports gambling. that is everything the Falcons have been fined for over the last 10 years.
Did they ever get fined for Michael Vick?
No,
Were
that
they
was
weren't
all stuff
found-
just levied against
Okay,
him
they
because they
weren't-
weren't aware of anything.
Yeah, they weren't found like liable or anything like that.
No, I don't think they covered anything up. I don't think they were anyway.
So are they
involved.
the most fined team? Or are we just talking
No,
about this
they're not
because
the
it's
most-
relevant?
Feels like they just filled the most unique bingo
It's just
card.
unique, all the things they've been fined for, all the things they're trying to do.
Because most
By the
other
way,
teams haven't been fined for even one of those things. Maybe
Yeah.
the tampering, but not the rest of it.
and I don't think any of those
Injury
things,
reports, I feel like that's probably pretty common.
Yeah, but the crowd noise, the
Crowd noise,
players gambling,
yeah.
and then this.
Calvin Ridley.
Yeah, and I don't think any of those things really matter all that
No,
much.
no.
But the league, we have to.
Protect the shield.
No
Yeah.
fun.
All right, there is your news of the day. Well, it turned into. It was supposed to be like a segment. Turned into an hour. There's a lot of news
Look
today.
at us, dude.
Look at us.
Look at us.
Who'd have thought?
Like pros.
Not me. Okay, so the Pac-12 TV deal is in place. Pac-2 TV deal is in place for 2025. And we have a real-life Coug in the studio. We're going to talk about what it must be like to be a Beaver or a Coug moving forward.
I need a beer.
And we're going to do that next on The Fan.
There ain't much of us.
Desperate times for the purple and gold. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. It's do or die for Luka, LeBron, and the Lakers, down 3-1 to the Wolves.
A SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with the SportsCenter update. First on The Fan, a playoff doubleheader in the association tonight. The Warriors looking to eliminate the Rockets in Houston. Game 5 tipping off at the bottom of the hour on TNT with Houston favored by 3.5. Then at 7, also on TNT, the Lakers try to avoid elimination at the hands of the T-Wolves. That game in Los Angeles, LeBron, Luka, and LA favored by 5.5. On the ice tonight, the Capitals and Canadians just about to drop the puck in Game 5. The Caps can advance with the win. That one's being played in D.C. You can see it over on ESPN. The Lightning also looking to avoid elimination tonight as they host the Panthers for Game 5. That one starts at 4:30 on ESPN2, and at 6:30 on ESPN, a pivotal Game 5 between the Blues and Jets. That series is knotted at 2 games apiece. On the diamond, the Mariners were locked up in a 3-3 tie with the Angels in the 7th, but a 6-run bottom of the 7th propels them to victory. They get the 2-game sweep and win their 7th series in a row. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back. The 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com.
What's the most resilient parasite?
Primetime.
Single night. Which is why. No. I have to steal it.
What are you talking about, Willis?
This is Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
It's gonna work. It's passable, okay? This isn't terrible.
The best in local, regional, and national sports. With no hidden agenda. Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
Yeah, right. Nice to have you along. It's me, Rob, and Big Suk still in Italy. He'll be back on Monday, the 6th, I believe. Or is that the 5th? 5th or the 6th? I think the 6th.
I think
Who cares? Monday.
I think Monday's the 5th because
Who cares?
Cinco de Drinko.
That's right. Yeah,
Look at
I think you're
us. We're definitely not booze hounds.
right. No. Is it the 5th?
It is the 5th on
Yeah.
Monday.
Okay, yeah, he'll be back Monday. That's Patrick Harris, everybody.
There ain't much of us. There
And-
ain't much of us.
We've also got Sprint Tri Clydesdale Ryan Buckley here with us today.
The great Ryan Buckley.
The great Ryan Buckley. So that's the team. We're careening towards In the News. I wanted to ask you, as a Coug, how you felt about the new TV deal. So this is something that came out yesterday, the Pac-12, as it were. So this is just for this upcoming season. This is not for 2026 when all the other schools join Oregon State and Washington State in a bigger, like the new look Pac-12. So they came up with a TV deal, and as you know, the CW was already going to air a lot of the Cougs and Beavers games.
Did last year as well.
Yeah, so I think over half of the games are on CW, but CBS and ESPN will be combining with CW to show the home games involving Oregon State and Washington State.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be, a 7:30 ESPN2 with the worst commentators ever in Reeser and Martin.
Part of getting ESPN, which I think is ultimately a good thing for the Cougs and the Beavs, at least for this year, is just being on ESPN to me is better than being on Apple or some deal with Hulu, because ESPN is where everybody else plays. And yes, the reason ESPN wants those games is because of that late window, the West Coast window. And so that is an area where you have an in to get on ESPN, and that's what ultimately made the decision.
And if you have ESPN, like however you stream, cable, however you do it, if you have ESPN, you probably have CW as well. Is CW free TV?
I think CW...
Is CW antenna TV?
Part of broadcast,
Yes,
it might be.
I think it is.
We went through
I
this.
think it's 703.
We went through this not too long
We
ago.
don't know
on
the show's on the
Comcast.
CW.
And I think that CW has better distribution than most any of these other channels.
Yeah, so it's kind of like if you have ESPN, you have CW. But you're right. It's an aesthetic thing. It's a branding thing.
You
It's
want
like-
to play
it's
on
like-
ESPN.
It's like, well, who the Cougs playing tonight? And you're like, we got a big game against, Fresno State. Oh, sweet, man. What channel is that on? Oh, it's on CW at 7 o'clock. And they're like, I'm good.
Yeah.
Oh, it's on ESPN too. Oh, cool. Maybe I'll tune in.
Well, I mean, you remember, as I'm sure you do being a Coug, that, they were talking about, you're going to have to do a deal with like some YouTube TV or something really new and different. And
Apple was the scary one.
Apple.
Now,
yeah.
I'm an Apple subscriber, so it didn't really bother me. But from a large standpoint, that's terrifying. It's like the MLS. We talk about, I have, a diehard Timbers fan, and I got a bunch of friends that love the MLS. And we talk about it. My sports friends are always like, the Apple TV deal with MLS, what a stupid endeavor.
It hasn't worked, has it?
It kind of has, because what you got to remember is that most people that are MLS fans, man, they don't care about the NFL. They don't care about basketball. They pay, that's their sports.
But I thought the numbers were way down.
I'm sure they're not great, but that was the
So why was that?
That was the risk they were willing to take.
So I think with that, the people who really care will still go and
Exactly.
get it and find it, but you've made the barrier of entry for the more casual fan way higher.
Exactly. They banked on.
It seems like a mistake.
They banked on.
Agreed.
It's like a bar that
You're cutting off a broader audience.
We serve our regulars, but I'm not worried about bringing in new because the bar's profitable and we do just fine.
Okay, well, I don't. That seems to be a mistake to me, but whatever. You guys are now going to be on CBS, CW, and ESPN. The Apple Cup gets a new home. It'll be on CBS now.
Great. I'm excited. I'm more excited that the Huskies are coming to Pullman than anything.
Well, no, this game, I think it's up in Seattle.
Is it in? Oh, but we're
This
the home
year.
team this year.
Yeah.
We're the home team. Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's neutral.
It'll be at Lumen.
Yeah, it'll be at Lumen, but it'll be
Then
on,
we go back to home and away.
But I think they do after. Yes, but it's on CBS. So anyway, as a Coug, how are you guys feeling? Like, what is it like being a Coug, thinking about the future of football?
I think you have two different hats. I think the future is up in the air, so you're kind of just waiting kind of to see. I see some things, I'm a big college basketball guy, and more so than college football. And I think one thing I got really excited about the creation of the new Pac-12 was that this sounds like this is going to be a basketball conference, with how good the Mountain West has been over the years, who's coming in, Gonzaga, etc. I'm kind of excited about this being a basketball conference. But the reality is that football makes the dollars. So I personally wrestle with this like grasping at straws almost, but also battling the concept of, can you just put the death nail in and get it over with? That's where I kind of live. Is it worth my time and effort to scrape and claw and try to get one game on ESPN and one game on Fox and the rest on a channel that nobody cares about, when the inevitability is in 4 years, our program might be more of a D2 program than a D1 program? So it's kind of like, do I want to fight for now, or do I see the writing on the wall? And it's really hard to see the writing on the wall and just accept your fate.
So they're giving you hope.
There's
a little bit of hope.
But I'm also smart enough looking around at the landscape and seeing what's going on to know that hope is a little bit of false hope. And I think that's what's terrifying. Do you want to gaslight yourself into saying everything's going to be fine, we're going to be the best G5 conference out there, maybe when college football breaks away from the NCAA, then we'll get another invite to the table? I don't think any of that's going to happen. So if I don't think anything like that is going to happen, why put all my eggs in this basket?
Because
year to year.
Because you hope for the best. You're hoping. It's hope.
But it's also Wazoo.
It's not a strategy. It's a hope.
But there's something you learn at Wazoo.
Yeah.
There ain't a lot of hope. And you kind of just go with it.
Yeah, you guys are good about that.
When you, Alex Brink, for example, birthday buddy, him and I are born on the same day in the same year.
By the way, before you finish the story or start the story, 2025 Apple Cup, I am, my apologies, it is in Pullman.
That's what I thought. And I'm very excited about that. Great for the city of Pullman. Alex Brink is 3-1 in Apple Cups. Started 4 Apple Cups his 4 years at Wazoo. His 4th Apple Cup, he got sacked on 4th down with 2 minutes to go on a potentially game-winning drive. And when he gets sacked on 4th down, we go, yep, knew that was going to happen.
Yeah.
Yep, knew we were going to lose that game.
Yeah, I know that feeling as a Royals
When we had
fan.
Leach, it was like, all we got to do is beat Colorado. And then it doesn't matter what happens in the Apple Cup. We'll go to the Pac-12
And you knew full
championship.
well you weren't beating
And
Colorado.
we were like, no, we're not going to win. And Colorado was bad.
Win
Or it's
games
like,
you shouldn't, lose games you shouldn't.
yeah. And so you just kind of get used to that, It's like, go Cougs, like you Coug did. All that kind of thing you built in.
This is what I love about
So
Cougs.
you temper your expectations. Johnny's the same way. You temper them.
Every Coug I've ever met's the same way.
Yeah, so when your highs are high, it's awesome. Like Gardner Minshew, game day, oh my God, that's the greatest thing in the world. Cam Ward just went #1, and I said, go Cougs.
Yeah.
Like you have
I
that
forgot
kind
about
of
that.
stuff.
He played with you guys.
And he was terrible both years for us.
He wasn't terrible.
Well, we hated him.
Listen, man.
So I think you temper those expectations. So then when I look at this and I'm like, dude, this is like a 19-year-old dog who now has cancer and has hip problems, and eventually that even though you love the family dog, eventually it's not going to be able to continue. And you're going to kind of have to send it to that farm. And it feels like that. And maybe that's the Debbie
Okay.
Downer Coug side.
It could be.
It could be.
Because I don't want to get into the predictive game of like what could or couldn't happen. But that's what I was asking is how you're feeling. And you're feeling like a Coug.
I'm feeling like a Coug.
And the Cougs have, like, is there a Coug anywhere ever who is has a case of the suppostas? There's no Coug that doesn't exist.
You go find our most famous athletes: Drew Bledsoe, Klay Thompson, Ryan Leafs back in the media. People like that. None of them.
None of them are like that.
They don't wave the flag. They don't.
Oh, I think Clay's proud to be a Coug.
I mean, Clay's proud to be a Coug, but
so is Bledsoe.
Yeah, but you don't see them when they do interviews in Wazoo gear.
Yeah, maybe that's true.
You don't see them. They, like I said, they don't wave the flag. I mean, Bledsoe came
Well, why
out
do you think that is?
because that's the culture. It's just like, yeah, that's we did that.
I'm a Coug. Are you saying they're kind of ashamed of being a Coug?
No, I think it's more of just like that was a really awesome time. I'm really proud to be a Coug, but it doesn't mean anything to anybody else.
Just passing through and moving on kind of a thing?
It means everything to us, but it means nothing. Literally nothing to everybody.
But isn't that any college?
My kids, these are on.
Don't expect anything and you're hoping for the worst.
Exactly. The only thing I will say is nobody is more proud to be a Coug than Cougs.
Yeah.
Like Rock Chalk.
Great people.
You can love Rock Chalk all you want. And then you can say, I was there for 4 years. I even played basketball there. Or, now I'm a professor there and I bleed blue and red. Nobody loves their school as much as we do. And nobody cares less than everybody else.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to challenge that over the break.
Should.
A passionate college fan base that is more irrelevant than Washington State.
I don't think it exists.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard one.
We've been waving the flag at game day for over 200
because you guys are good.
weeks.
Yeah, you guys are very.
You walk through it. They always
Very
say you
passionate.
can walk through an airport in Dubai and see somebody with a Wazoo hat on and say, "Hey, go Cougs!"
Go
and they'll
Cougs,
say,
yeah.
"Go Cougs."
Oh yeah, that's true of Rock Chalk too, though. That's true of again.
That's true of the Ducks these days.
You're not that special.
We
Coug
think
guy.
we are, though.
You do.
But you just said, see, we think we are, but you just said it. We're not special.
Well, but
That's
I just
the
think
reality.
that's all colleges. It's just all college fans are
But
like
boy-
this.
boy, do we
it's
feel
this inner circle of.
But boy, do we feel at the bottom. There ain't much of us.
Yeah. So you bond over being irrelevant.
Plus, you ever been to Pullman, Washington?
I actually have not.
Dude, live out there for a little bit. You'll understand why we're all together.
Well, I could say the same thing about Kansas. All right, we're gonna continue this now. I'm gonna find during the break. I'm gonna see if I can present to you a college fan base as passionate or more passionate than the Coug fans that is more irrelevant.
And I will leave the room, and I'll let you have the time.
That is Patrick Harris. We'll be right back on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray. The Fan.
All right, I have been feverishly working over here during the break, and I've jotted down a few names.
Well, I left you the room.
Yeah, you did.
I wanted you to be clear-minded,
Focused.
no bias aside. I do have some counterpoints. I am ready.
This is going to be a hard one. I don't know that I've nailed this, but I've got some nominees. Okay, so here's the question. So we've got Patrick Harrison here. He's a Coug. He was explaining what it's like to be a Coug in today's college football landscape, and I totally get it. I feel bad for the Cougs.
Yeah, it's tough.
I feel
it's
bad
tough.
for the Beavs.
Same to my brethren at Oregon State, who in Pullman, the Beavs fans would come to town. Excellent. Duck fans,
Yeah.
you guys should learn some manners.
I am one who thinks that it's not all doom and gloom for you guys in the Pac-12, especially with everything being so topsy-turvy in college football, but that's a discussion for another day. Who knows what's going to happen? Nobody can predict it. So I get your doom and gloom. I get it. So the question was posed. You said, find me a fan base, or maybe I posed it, but it's like, you guys are so passionate, and you really are. The Coug fans are such great fans.
It's all we got.
Right.
It's what we got.
And that's a good explanation. I mean, that is
It's what we got.
So everybody's into it. If you go there, you're into it. Or if you went there, you're into it. Find a more passionate fan base that is more irrelevant. Okay. So I have a few that I'm going to toss at you. And again, I don't know if they're winners, but I can make a case. I started, and this is one that just was off the top of my head that I told you before you walked out of the room. I started with North Dakota State because they're passionate. They love their football up there. Very similar, rural. It's all they have. It's all they're into. And they're at an even lower level than you are. Now, they win all the time, but that's way down there where no one cares. What do you think about that?
Except for them.
Except for them.
And that was your point.
And what's their mascot?
The Bison.
Bison.
The Bison. They win national championships.
At a lower level.
At a lower level. They put players into the league.
Well, so do you. You just had the number 1 pick of the draft.
Yeah, but I think they get notoriety. Like, because they win stuff, people can still say, oh, North Dakota State, yeah, the Bison, yeah, they're great. I mean, they're D2, but they're great.
They don't say that about the Cougs when they, a couple years ago, you guys won
what?
9 games? Well, I mean, you haven't been terrible.
I mean, we've been to more Rose Bowls since 1995 than UW.
Well, there you go.
Just throwing that out
right there. So you're not.
With 2.
You're irrelevant now, but you've had a good program. Mike Leach did a good job.
Sure. Mike Price, obviously, I mean, we have, Bledsoe went number 1 overall. Leaf went 2 overall.
You had Paul Wolf.
Paul Wolf emptied the cabinet, and Leach came in and saved it. I think North Dakota State's a good one.
It's a pretty good one.
It's a good one, but
they're
I think,
on par.
But I think winning cures that. If they're tied, Dakota State it wins.
Here's a question for you. Before I move on to my other nominees here.
Although North Dakota State's head coach is our head coach.
Exactly. You poached his coach because you're the better program.
More relevant.
You're the more relevant program.
We're the stepping ladder for him.
Well, so what? It's higher than where he was.
It's the higher rung than the one where he was at.
It is the higher rung, but that doesn't mean we're more irrelevant.
I'm sorry. The judge is that is in our favor.
Just because it's a higher profile job doesn't mean it's a better job.
That's fair. But let me ask you this. Would you rather be Washington State or North Dakota State?
I think I'd rather be North Dakota State. Because I'm winning natties.
You don't mean that.
You're
only saying that to win the argument.
No. Now, at the end of the day, I will always and forever be a Coug. So
I know, but let's just say role reversal.
I think I would rather be North Dakota State because
just
you know
winning
you're D2.
Winning lower level championships.
It's like I can only play the teams that are dealt to me.
So you're like Montana. That was another one they had on my list was Montana.
You're talking. See, these are all D2 schools.
Well, they both are. Yes. And they're more irrelevant than you.
Okay,
that was the whole point.
Then find me a D1 school.
Okay, here are my D1s. I have on the list. Now, this is... I'm going to do the worst one first. And I'm only... And the reason it's worse is because they just made the college football playoff.
No, it's okay. Are you going to say Indiana? Indiana football?
All of it. I'm talking about all of it.
Indiana basketball.
Because basketball, they think they're so great, and they haven't been good for years.
Yeah, but they can still think they're great. Nobody in Wazoo thinks we're great.
And they've won something.
And they've got Bob Knight and Isaiah Thomas.
That's fair. They have a history.
They got trophies in the case, which Washington State doesn't have.
They got one of the most famous sports movies ever made.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair. I told you it was the worst
Their
one.
arena is called Independence Hall. Like, that's pretty bad.
But I tell you what, current state, outside of Signetti, see, I'm already making qualifiers.
Yeah.
They're pretty irrelevant, but they're very passionate.
But they're still a blue blood.
100%.
If
So you're right.
If Indiana hit a Sweet 16, Indiana's back, baby.
Concession.
Indiana's back.
Concession on that one. Okay. The next one I had on the list, Virginia Tech.
Virginia
Pretty good.
Tech. Got Michael
They are
Vick.
really passionate.
And right now, they are really irrelevant.
They're irrelevant. They're kind of like you, where they had the era where they were pretty good with a good coach.
Second fiddle to UVA.
Always.
Always.
Never won anything.
Where is Virginia Tech?
It's in
Blacksburg.
Blacksburg. And I've had buddies that one of my good friends married a woman who went there, and they go to games all the time. He said, "Dude, it is awesome."
And Charlottesville, Virginia, where UVA is awesome. I can't imagine.
Sukes talked about that.
Like Seattle is awesome. Pullman is not.
Yeah, see, Virginia. Okay, so I thought about Virginia, but they're not as passionate as Virginia Tech.
No, they don't have the passion at all.
You're talking about passion, the Coug passion.
Mm-hmm.
Virginia Tech fans, the Hokie fans, they're crazy, man. They love that school.
I don't know that, so I'll let you have that one.
That one's pretty close.
I'll let you have that one. I'm curious when you are in Virginia, because this is my kind of counter to all of it. Nobody in the state of Washington is a Coug fan. Okay? We're all former alum or students.
Yes.
It's like
That's
like
fair.
not to take shots at Buck here, but like the Ducks are a great example. That you have the whole state behind you.
Well, people love a winner, and they hop on board. That's how bandwagons are born. And
yeah, the branding, all that kind of stuff. It's like that kid. Like I went to high school in Vancouver, and I see a kid wearing a North Carolina hoodie. Okay, I get it. Jordan went there, and Vince Carter, etc. You love that brand. Nobody is a fan of Wazoo. We all have some form of tie to the university. So I'm curious if Virginia Tech is the same way.
I think so. I think you are a fan of Virginia, but if you're Virginia Tech, it's like if you know, you know. Like you went there, you have a tie there.
Yeah. Or your dad went there, or your mom teaches there,
Maybe.
or something.
And yes, and to this texture, yes, we know that Montana State, North Dakota State, they are Division I. They're FCS. You said Division II. I get it. They're just lower. They're not FBS.
AA.
Okay.
10 years ago, they're Division II.
I get it. Okay, and then the last one I had on the list, which I thought was a good one, but I think you're going to be able to poke holes in this, and that's Nebraska. Because they are irrelevant.
Tom Osborne.
again, trophies in the case.
Yeah.
That makes them. So the one that I had,
they had their day.
And
White boy, corn-fed
line,
offensive lineman. You think Nebraska and Iowa?
What about Mississippi State? The Cowbells, like they're known for being absolutely nuts, and they never do anything in football or basketball.
See, I give you the Virginia Tech because I can see how they're nuts. I don't know nuts Mississippi State people.
Yeah, I'm with him. I would challenge the passion element. I mean, I know they have a lot of fans.
Everybody
in the
has
SEC,
great fans.
But
and then
are
the
they
other
as
one,
passionate?
What would you do with Texas A&M? Are they relevant?
I thought about them. I do think they are, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, they're fringe, though. I mean,
they're certainly passionate, but they're way more relevant than you guys.
They also, I think Texas A&M loses because of the money. They have money.
Yeah. Well, and that's what makes them relevant.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They have money.
Whereas you guys,
we have nothing.
You don't have any.
You know.
Well, you have the number one pick in the draft. I mean, sort of.
And I think Mississippi State is in that same boat. I don't think they bring a lot to the table.
That's a pretty good one.
And where's Mississippi State?
Starksville.
Right?
Starkville.
That's the other thing.
Stark Vegas,
like
they call it?
like living in Stark Vegas, nobody calls it Pole Vegas. All right.
What do they call it?
Pullman, Washington.
The Palouse.
The Palouse.
There's no nickname for Pullman?
Not that I can think of. We used to call it an S-hole, but it was our S-hole. Like, you can't talk trash about my
It's a nice little college town, isn't it?
It's a cute little college town.
Yeah. Come on, give yourself some credit.
You can walk both. You can walk to school in the snow uphill both ways.
Yeah, of course. Okay, how did I do?
I think you did solid.
That's not bad.
I think you did solid. The D2, I can't listen to. Division I AA, that's tough because you're FCS. You're in a different brand. You're in a different region.
It's hard.
Yeah.
Okay, but Mississippi State, Virginia Tech.
I lean more towards Virginia Tech, mostly because it also helps that you have a rival that is loved universally in your area. Like I said, my kids think when the Huskies are on TV, I'm rooting for them.
I don't know if that's true of UVA, but maybe
I don't think UVA has much support at all. I think it's more academic than it is athletic.
But I think people that live in Virginia would wear a UVA cap. Or when Tony Bennett wins a natty, they're like, yeah, go UVA.
I don't know that either.
Okay.
I don't know.
I might give you VTech.
Virginia, I know nothing about.
I might give you VTech.
Okay. All right. Well, good little sports exercise here on a Wednesday. Coming up next, it's time for In the News. Our beloved Tilly has passed, and a farm, part of it, is for sale. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan in the association tonight, a playoff doubleheader. The Warriors just moments away from tipping off against the Rockets in Game 5, with Golden State looking to punch their ticket onto the next round. That's over on TNT. Houston's favored by 3.5 at 7 o'clock. Also on TNT, the Lakers try to avoid elimination on their home court at the hands of the Timberwolves. LeBron, Luka, and the Lake Show favored by 5.5. On the ice, the Capitals can eliminate the Canadiens in Game 5 in D.C. this evening. Puck has already dropped on that one, and Alexander Ovechkin has lit the lamp for Washington in the first period on a power play. They lead 1-0. In just a matter of moments, they will drop the puck in Tampa as the Lightning look to avoid elimination against the Panthers. That's over on ESPN2, and at 6:30 on ESPN, a pivotal Game 5 between the Blues and Jets in Winnipeg. That series not at 2 games apiece. The Mariners, winners on the diamond today, they beat the Angels 9-3 behind a 6-run bottom of the 7th inning. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley from George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Your favorite fan shows are on YouTube. Mash the subscribe button and like us for live streaming video and 1080 The Fan on demand.
Well, guys, it's time to talk about the advocates and their personal injury attorneys. I know this is not something that's top of mind for a lot of people. You may never get injured in an accident, or maybe you have and you've settled, or you've had to deal with insurance companies. It's been a nightmare, whatever. The point is that you never know when you're going to need the advocates. Real, and I mean real and strong personal injury attorneys in your corner, so you don't have to fight the insurance companies tooth and nail. The advocates, their names, Ken and Donnie. They are of no cost to you if you have been injured in an accident, no matter how severe that injury. The advocates, they don't get paid until you win, and consultations are free, so there is not a single thing you risk in calling to see whether they will be able to help you. It doesn't matter if your case is huge or if it's tiny. The advocates have the right team to get you maximum value for your injury. So if they can't increase the total amount in your pocket, they're going to tell you that, and you're going to move along and say, hey, it's fine. I mean, I remember when a garbage truck hit our house, I went to an attorney. He was like, yeah, just deal with your insurance company and waste management, and they were great. It all worked out. But that may not be the case for you. So if it's not, just call the advocates, and they will take care of you. So tell them you heard it from Isaac and Suk. If you've been injured, you need more than a lawyer. You deserve an advocate. Go to advocateslaw.com.
And the magical run for the
The Fan.
All right, somebody said, arguing Eastern Washington is worse than backwater Mississippi is a wild take, and I'm not even a kook. That's a good point.
It is a really good point.
We are losing sight. Before we get to in the news here, real quick, we're losing sight, and because I went to Kansas, okay, and Lawrence is a wonderful town, very good college town. It's kind of doesn't feel Kansas-y. What you think of as Kansas is like flat, arid Kansas. That's Salina. That's where I'm from.
And Pullman's not very Eastern Washington. The wheat fields surrounding it, but it's a land grant school. It's giant hills. You can't build anything on it. So
it's like Austin is to Texas almost.
Yeah, it's a little different than the rest of
so
Eastern
Washington. So
Washington.
it's a bit like Lawrence in Kansas. So where would you rather live? Because you're bagging Eastern Washington. You're like, dude, this sucks
I'm from
out
Eastern
there.
Washington.
I know. Okay, so where would you rather live? Because I'm from Kansas, and I can tell you I would rather live in Mississippi or Eastern Washington than certain parts of Kansas.
But the debate was passion versus relevance.
No, I know. This is different.
This is off
This
topic.
is a totally different thing. He's just saying arguing Eastern Washington is worse than backwater Mississippi. Like, we're not taking into account.
That is a hot take.
Yeah, it really is.
It really is.
You're spoiled.
I have never been to Mississippi, nor do I ever expect to be Mississippi. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say I'd rather live in Eastern Washington.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think so.
I think yes.
All things
and think about
considered.
the humidity.
All things considered.
Dude, I've told this story a million times. I once drove from Atlanta to Tucson for a golf thing with a bunch of other people. First of all, 75% of that is Texas. Yeah. But outside of that, driving through Mississippi was like, and I've never been to Mississippi outside of that, never been to Mississippi since. It was like out of the movies, dude. It was weird. It is a totally different world. Think about the weather. Think about it's just I'm out on Mississippi.
I think so too. And
Kansas. Now add Kansas. Would you rather live in Eastern Washington or Kansas?
I might take a shot at Kansas.
Be careful, dude.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, Eastern Washington is probably very similar geographically, aesthetically as Kansas. It's pretty flat. There's the rolling plains.
Yeah.
It's wheat fields and lentils everywhere.
Probably not much different.
Probably not much
different. A lot of rural
different.
America is the same.
And
but I got to tell you, Mississippi's a little different.
Despite being a big city kid, like born and raised in larger cities, I love small town environment. So like I can get behind small town environment, but if your small town environment is gonna, I'm gonna stereotype right now. If small town environment's gonna give me like racism and bigotry and like low income, that would be hard.
Yeah, flags, America.
Yeah.
I get you.
That would be.
That's why you should stick
very
with Pullman.
Challenging.
Dude. Stick with Pullman.
We're Pullman.
The learned people. No.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
Yeah, trucks, balls, yeah!
April 30, 2025, time for In the News. I am your noted newsman. Hello. Thank you. It's brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Today is Adopt a Shelter Pet Day, and I think you should do that because these animals need a home.
I have two.
Good.
My cat and my dog.
Good. Always do the shelter thing first.
Well, also, it's a little economic as well.
Part of it.
Like,
can be, yeah.
I don't have, $5,000 to spend on a purebred husky.
Yeah.
So I've got this sweet little pit bull hound mix Ren that I got from the shelter.
I just think there's something a little more satisfying. Ultimately, you get to know the dog or the cat or whatever from the shelter, and there's another level of love there because it's like they really appreciate that you rescued them from the needle.
That's what I was going to say. I think you bond easier.
Yeah, and you just love them. You're like, oh man, can't believe somebody did that to this dog or this cat, and now it makes you feel good.
Now, my cat is an absolute terror, and that is probably from being inbred and born in a barn in McMinnville. But
I'm sure that's what it is.
But I love her.
Yeah.
To where my dog, on the other hand, is like the greatest dog you could ever.
What was his story?
We got her from the East Vancouver shelter. She was returned because the owner said she didn't get along with their dogs, and being around this dog, I think those people's dogs suck. Because this dog's great and loves other dogs.
Nice.
And this dog is a Velcro dog. Follows me everywhere I go.
I love dogs. It is also International Noise Awareness Day. And let's all be aware, because this is one of my big platforms, as you all know. Loud mufflers.
Yeah, trucks, balls, yeah!
Let's all be aware of the harmful effects of noise, decibel level on our health and our quality of life. It is a real thing. Look it up. And I wouldn't advocate shooting out the tires of Muffler Guy, but if you did,
might let it slide.
I'd smirk. Is it the hottest day of 2025 tomorrow? Some of the experts are predicting 85 degrees. tomorrow.
Ever in the history of Earth?
No, 2025.
Oh.
Here.
Oh, here. Sorry, I spaced off for a moment. I was thinking about blown out tires. If you shoot the tire, isn't that louder than the muffler?
That's a good point.
You want to go blow some ducks?
Like I said, I wouldn't advocate it.
Isn't that gunshot
I just
louder?
want to see the loud muffler guy.
The loud muffler
suffer.
on the truck guy is the worst. Loud muffler on the Honda Civic, I'm kind of like, I watched Fast and Furious in high
Yeah,
school.
trucks, balls,
Are you
yeah.
serious?
I like, no, I'm not.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, somebody reminded me, and I forgot to tease this, but today we were going to do the expose on why the Northwest has so many bikini barista stands.
Ooh.
Did you know that?
No.
We do.
Why the Northwest?
Well, that's a great question. Thank you for asking that. When we come back, we're going to talk about that.
Hard-hitting journalism.
Because it is. There are reasons.
Okay.
And we do have more bikini barista stands.
Ooh, I have an idea.
Than most states. Well, actually, Washington does, but Oregon has some too. So we will get to that when we return here on In the News on The Fan.
It's back, and it's sure to sell.
Clydesdale.
Our pony. What'd you call him?
Clydesdale.
No, it's called a
triathlon.
Sprint try.
Sprint try.
Yeah. Sprint try.
Because it's like not a real try.
That is not what that means. It means just a shorty.
Yeah.
Goes faster than the regular.
Yeah. We're pulling for you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I've got to tell you about bikini barista.
Barista
stands like drive-through, where the ladies have bikinis on, and
I don't know if I've actually ever seen one. I've definitely never been to one, but I don't know if I've ever driven by and seen hots and bikinis at a coffee stand.
I've seen them up in my father-in-law used to live in Bremerton.
Yeah.
And I saw one
great,
or two
great
up
spot.
there.
Great area, Washington.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like all things.
okay.
Better than Eastern Washington.
Yeah. Okay. This is according to the News Tribune, 150 Bikini coffee stands in Washington. It is the densest place in the United States. Now, do you guys have any idea why the Northwest, because Oregon has quite a few too, has the most Bikini barista drive-thrus?
Buck, you or me? Who wants to go first?
I don't know. My best guess would be it has something to do with what they either have to or don't have to pay them based on their setup. I don't know though.
Okay.
I would argue maybe two things. Buck just gave me an idea. One, that if you create bikini baristas, inevitably there will be more per capita than anywhere else. That would be my number one
You're on the
thought.
right track.
That'd be my number one thought.
They say it was born in the early 2000s out of necessity because drive-through small mom and pop drive-thrus could not keep up with the Starbucks and the Dutch Bros, which of course are Northwest companies.
Mm-hmm.
And so naturally here they needed to stand out. As a matter of fact, the story goes in 2002, Cowgirls Espresso in Tukwila.
Ooh.
The owner there, a woman by the way, started Bikini Wednesdays.
You ever been to Tukwila?
No.
Don't.
I don't think I will. And she started Bikini Wednesdays, and that was the summer of 2002.
Kind of like a trivia night at a
it's
bar.
Like,
It's a
let's do
shtick.
something
Yeah,
wild.
For sure, why not?
And that started the whole damn thing. She said it worked great, and then they were finally like, well, girls just
do it every day.
That's right. And so now you have Java Jiggles.
I thought you were going to say Java Jugs.
You could do Java
I'd rather
Jugs.
be Java Jugs than Java
makes more
Jiggles.
sense for coffee.
Yeah, Java Jugs.
Java Jug. I love that.
Java Jugs.
You have Pika Brew.
Ooh. See, puns are so crazy because sometimes they're like a good dad joke and other times it's like, eh.
You also have Espresso Gone Wild. How about
See that?
Hot Cups? Do you like Hot Cups?
Hot Cups. Love Hot Cups.
How about TNA Cafe?
Also love that.
Good rhyme.
Because of the rhyme. Thanks, Buck. Because of the rhyme.
Bean Keenies?
Eh.
No. I like this one. The C Cup.
Yes. The C Cup.
We also have Hottie Shots. That's one. I don't know if there
I liked Pika Brew.
Pika Brew's good.
Pika Brew's good.
I don't know if there are any like drive-through bikini barista chains.
No.
They're all standalones.
No, well, I think all that stuff kind of died like with Hooters. You know, if you're going to be a strip club, be a strip club.
Yep.
If you, to nationally invest money into a peep show instead of just the show.
What's not a peep show? You're not, I mean,
Actors like a strip club.
Well,
so it's like
okay.
you're only there for your tips. You don't get paid an hourly wage because that's what strippers do.
This story is quite good.
Sorry,
the News
dancers.
Tribune. It's talking about that. It's talking about one, their safety.
Yeah,
is a problem. Because,
I'm sure
because
of muffler F-150.
Yes, and it does talk about a lot of the reasons they've exploded too in the Northwest is our laws are pretty lax on nudity compared to other states, and also you don't have. This says you don't have to, at least in certain counties in Washington, it doesn't qualify as adult entertainment, and in a lot of states it would. Which probably shouldn't.
Like a lot of states have weird laws. Like I know Idaho has laws at strip clubs. You can either show boobs or sell alcohol.
Right.
You can't do both.
California's the same way.
California
LA,
the same way.
Yeah, same way.
Yeah. And most people choose the alcohol.
Well, if you ever come to Oregon and go to a strip club, you are now officially spoiled.
Without
you
a doubt.
don't understand.
Oh yeah, you will never get it.
You will never.
You will never understand.
It's Vegas-y, only way less expensive. And the only city that I've heard, and Buck, you may be able to chime in on this, the only city I've heard that it gets maybe a little wilder is San Francisco. I don't know if anybody's heard
But do
that.
they have special rules in San Francisco?
Yeah, they do. I mean,
because in this town you can get V right in the face.
Oh.
Wow. Yes, you can.
You can.
You can.
You know, you can't. You
And
can't.
a lot of people don't know that.
A lot of people.
I mean, you just ripped the Band-Aid right off there.
Boom.
But if you didn't know that,
Boom.
yes.
Yeah.
And many of you probably haven't gone into a strip club. Yes, that is the thing that is shocking the first time in Oregon. It's like, whoa.
I'm even from here, and the first
Didn't
time you
expect
see
that.
it, you're like,
Yes,
whoa.
yes. That's I tell the story. I went into Jiggles the first time I was here. I was like, oh my God, where am I?
The first time I was
Vaginas didn't power the penis rocket to space.
I'm moving here.
First time I was ever at Casa Diablo. I walked in and I had a $100 bill. I was like, let's have some fun. And I bought a drink from the bar, and it cost me $4, $5, something like that. And I got $96 in $2 bills.
Yeah.
And I was like, whoa, this is different. What's going on? And then bam, right in my face.
Yeah.
You can also get the power snatch.
God, Buck. And there goes your $96. Well, that's all we have time for.
Souk.
Yeah, I do wonder, though, if they are kind of borderline independent contractors because of that safety issue. Like, think about the insurance liability. You know, if some guy snatches some girl and puts him in his
And we've read
basement.
stories about that on the
Yeah,
news.
yeah, you know what I mean? I've heard that on this show.
Yeah, wasn't that might even been at a Starbucks where the guy went through the drive-thru and tried to pull her
No,
out.
it was
like
a bikini barista
It was a
stand.
bikini barista. It was like a stalker. Dude went there like 5 times a week, always asked where she was if she wasn't there. Like, what's that kind of insurance liability look at?
Yeah, that's a
if
good
you're an
question.
insurance guy, do you want to really give them a policy?
Perhaps that's why there's no giant chain. Too costly. I mean, you're only making. I mean, in the end, it's just coffee.
Now, Panda Express bikini? Now we're talking.
Gross.
Some chow mein?
I can't think of anything worse.
I tried to find the worst thought.
Like, is there something that you would not want?
Well, they normalize
Nudity.
burgers and wings with Hooters.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, if you have the Hooters concept, is there, like, what is the worst food to pair with the Hooters concept? Like the restaurant concept? I think it might be
I think
freaking...
New York kitchen Chinese style
Yes.
would be really rough.
Yes.
Like just greasy,
Gross.
fried, saucy.
God.
How about just like American country breakfast, like chicken fried steak?
Oh
and
no, I
biscuits
think
and
you
gravy?
get like farm fantasies. Like the farm girl goes out
That's
and
a
gets
good
the
point.
milk and then serves you some eggs and
That's a
steak
good
and hash
point.
browns, and you're like, ooh, baby.
Thinking like some Bavarian milkers.
See, that sounds like Kansas to me.
Suk has a drop for everything we've talked about in this story. He has chimed in on,
That's
and he's
why-
not even here.
See, that's why I would live in Kansas over Mississippi, because I feel like I would get that country style.
You would,
Java jugs for breakfast.
Yeah, I mean that.
I think that
I
as somebody who's never
suppose
been to Kansas,
that's an
I'm
advantage.
like farm boy. Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna get. Yeah, she's
Country
at-
fried
she
steaks and
works
Java
at,
jugs, and she's got the girls out.
She works at Village Inn. Attorneys at advocateslaw.com. The Hot 55's next on the Fan. I kind of wanted to see the Wang.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction. Check out their award-winning outdoor living designs or schedule your free design consultation at vulcandc.com. First on The Fan, NBA playoff action already underway this evening. The Rockets and Warriors are playing Game 5 in Houston. Warriors can advance with a win, but they are currently getting blown out. 38-24 is the count. Rockets already with a 14-point lead, and they're not through the first quarter yet. 90 seconds to play in that first frame. Coming up at 7 o'clock, it's the Lakers trying to hold off elimination against the T-Wolves. That game being played in Los Angeles. LeBron, Luka, and the Lakers favored by 5.5. You can see it over on TNT. On the ice, the Capitals can eliminate the Canadians in Game 5. They're already up 2-0 in the first intermission. If that holds, they'll advance to the next round. The Panthers and Lightning in an elimination game where the Florida Panthers can send Tampa home. But that one is tied 1-1 midway through the first period. Coming up at 6:30, it's the Blues and Jets, Game 5. That series knotted 2 games apiece. And the Mariners, winners again today. They sweep their 2-game set against the Angels, winning 9-3 with a 6th spot in the bottom of the 7th. It's their 7th straight series win. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Hot Corner, now in its new time. Tuesdays at 7 after Isaac and Sue on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Good afternoon. At the tone, Pacific Daylight Time will be...
It's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
One step closer to my own personal hell.
This is Primetime on Sports Radio 1080 The Fan. Fan.
All right, welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Wednesday. It's one half of your Sports Bros. Rob here. Big Sook is not over there. It's Patrick Harris, everybody.
Still bald.
Coug fan, still bald.
We got a bald guy over here.
And yeah, right. At least we
it down.
Replaced one bald guy with another.
Although I do not have the Aryan vibes of the other bald dude that sits here.
No, you don't. But you have the voice. You have the pipes.
You think if you never saw my face, you'd be like, that guy's a Nazi.
I don't know about Nazi. That's a little much. But, hey, the Nazi Power Hour. Where do I find that? Unfortunately, I knew you before I heard you.
Sure.
But I worked with a guy by the name of Gavin Dawson back in the day who had great pipes, much like you. And people would always tell me when they met him, like, whoa, he does not look anything like he sounds. So I don't have the luxury of having done that with you.
Yeah, most people are surprised that I'm 5'6", unathletic.
Yeah, dude, Patrick, I'm guessing for those of you that don't know what Patrick looks like, you would be stunned to see what he looks like.
Yeah, I'm short.
With those pipes.
I'm short. I'm out of shape.
He's got a mustache.
I got a mustache.
Bald head.
It's a little bit of the H. John Benjamin thing. Do you know who that is? He's the guy who voices Archer in the cartoon series, and he does a bunch of other stuff. That guy's pipes rule, and he looks a lot like Patrick.
That's an A-list pipe right there.
Yeah.
The guy who voices Archer.
Okay.
That guy's voice is incredible.
But he looks nothing like...
Nothing like you'd imagine.
Nothing like James Bond with a drinking problem.
Yeah, he voices a James Bond with a drinking
Does
problem.
Does it ever match up?
Like
can you think of someone with awesome pipes who actually looks like that? Who looks like James Bond?
Somebody with...
I mean, it's just never...
Yeah.
It's not a thing. By the way, that's our...
I don't think so.
That's the show's new favorite. Sprint Tri Clydesdale. Ryan Buckley over there, everybody.
Pipes that match the look.
Beef Wellington.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Sam Elliott.
Oh, yeah.
Sam Elliott.
That's
Only
good.
Roast beef. Catalonian beef ragu.
There is I have a drop on the Hot Corner page that's me doing Only You Can Prevent Wildfires, and it could pass as Sam Elliott.
Well, let's listen to it here. Let's find it.
Well, now I got to find it on the page.
We're going to find it.
I think it's under Prevent Wildfires.
What color is it?
I don't have it in front of me.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
That's you?
That's me.
You.
That's good.
Do you have Sam?
Yeah.
Can
let
you
me
play him
toggle
back to back?
Hold on.
That's me.
Hold on. I can play him back to back. Give me a second.
Okay.
Because I used to make that joke back when we call him Voldemort. Back when Mike Lynch was on the show, we used to pretend about wildfires and Sam Elliott all the time. Local boy Sam Elliott.
Yeah, Idris Elba, that's a good one. He's got pretty good pipes.
Yep, he's got great pipes.
John Hamm, also a good one.
You know, but there's also people like Danny DeVito. If you heard Danny DeVito talk and then saw him, you'd be like, yeah, that tracks.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Jack Black, yeah, that tracks.
Yeah. No, that's true,
But
too.
that's more caricature. That's
Are you guys
more...
watching My Friends and Neighbors on Apple?
No. I just finished.
John Hamm.
I just finished The Pit.
Well, hello there.
Yeah,
McConaughey.
McConaughey.
Oh, yeah, McConaughey.
You just finished what?
I just finished The Pit.
I haven't watched that one.
Hospital.
Oh, that's
It looks like an ER reboot with the star from ER, Noah Wyle.
It is 10 times the show ER ever was.
Oh, I like ER.
It's like ER meets 24.
Oh.
13 episodes, and each episode is an hour long and takes place an hour of their shift. Absolutely fantastic.
I like the concept.
Absolutely fantastic.
Okay, because we have business.
Beef with broccoli.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Barbecued beef ribs.
Can you find him doing the wildfire?
That's what I wanted.
Oh, I don't know if I have that. I don't have that.
Because he is the voice of Smokey the Bear.
Yeah, he says that. That's why you said it that way. He's okay. Well, anyway, that's Patrick Harris, everybody.
Hi.
And we're gonna party this hour. Yeah.
Whatever you want, baby. It's your show.
I know. Well, I'm maybe calling an audible here. We've got several things we haven't gotten to because we've been D'ing off, but
which was the last text message I received from you.
Well, you know the routine. Like
that was also
I text you a bunch of stuff. It's like, here's what I'm thinking for today,
and that was great. And thank you so much for that.
There's a chance we get to none of it.
Yeah.
Okay. It just depends.
Right.
That's how we operate here, and that's good that you can. A lot of people can't handle that. It would throw them off.
We're just talking.
Let me look here. Club notes. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees 2025.
Ooh, happy to talk rock and roll.
I know, because you're a big music guy. I thought that would be good. I also have booze news and
also love booze.
Odd couples as well.
My wife and I can be considered an odd couple.
Odd couples talk.
Yeah.
So that'll be in the club. This hour, we were going to revisit the Damian Lillard trade. We still may. I want to talk about something called Gremlin University. And we have our NBA bubble bath. We haven't got to, we've got a lot of stuff. So we'll see what we get to. Right now,
Should we go to 8?
No. The Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, Charlie, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food. Discover Victorico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victoricos.com.
So,
number 5.
We can talk about this later in the club, but My Friends and Neighbors is the new John Hamm show on Apple.
Mm-hmm.
And the studio, which we've talked about here, is on Apple.
He becomes like a robber, right? Is
yeah,
that the My Friends
John
and
Hamm.
Neighbors?
John Hamm. Yes. Hot take, but Apple is making the best stuff out there right now.
Just finished Severance. That
Severance.
show's incredible.
Also, there was one other big one that was on Apple. The Harrison Ford.
The
Shrinking.
Shrinking was great.
Apple's great.
We love The Morning Show, which is kind of the Matt Lauer sort of thing. I also deep cut on Apple For All Mankind.
Okay.
It's historical fiction about
Silo.
landing on the moon.
And did they do the Presumed Innocent with Gyllenhaal? Was that them too?
I don't know about that.
Do you remember that one?
I do remember that was good.
I think that might have also been Apple.
Just hot take Apple TV right now.
That's why I'm a subscriber.
Best OG shows.
Put the Pac-12 on it.
Day game for our Mariners. They won again. Break them up. 9-3. They beat the Angels. They are now 18-12. The M's.
Look, they've won
Number
6,
4.
7 series in a row, something like that. I believe they have the 5th best offense in baseball. Just don't look at their batting averages.
Yeah, they hit a lot of home runs.
They hit a lot of home runs. Cal Raleigh could hit 40 dingers this year. It's a wild team. The offense is thriving,
Do you
and
think
the
that'll
starting
last?
staff is struggling.
Yeah, but their starters, you believe in them.
Of course,
they
I
need to get
do.
healthy.
They look like Braves in the 90s.
But do you think the offense lasts? Rosarina.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I don't either.
Rowdy Tellez?
Rosarina hit a home run today.
Rowdy Tellez.
Yeah.
Luke Raley.
Yeah.
Dylan Moore.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Could have had Pete Alonso.
Utah is getting an NHL team, and they are now mum after it appears their team name was leaked on its own YouTube channel. They will not confirm it, but it's going to be the Utah Mammoth. Aren't
they the Utah Hockey Club right now?
They are. They were temporarily, and then they were going to be the Utah Yeti, but Yeti Coolers had something to say about that, and now their second choice is
As
the
much
Mammoth.
as I thought the Washington football team was bad, I kind of like the Utah Hockey Club.
Yeah, it's going to be the Utah Mammoth.
The Mammoth.
Yeah.
Okay, all
So
right.
they changed their handle, their URL. Everybody noticed, and it became a whole thing. So that's probably what it's going to be. Okay, Warriors and Timberwolves are looking to advance to the conference semifinals tonight. Your NBA playoff action. The Rockets currently with a 40-24 lead at the end of the first quarter on the Warriors. What happened to that great defense, Buck?
Yeah, it's not looking good tonight. They're getting blown out.
The Bucks were up by 25 last night at the end of the first quarter, so call me in the fourth.
Were they really?
Yes.
Boy, I didn't know that. About last night's game?
It's NBA.
Yeah, I know. It happens, but wow.
I don't watch a lot of NBA, just being honest, pulling the curtain back. Ant Edwards, I will watch the rest of that tonight.
Yeah, he's great.
He's must-watch TV right
So
now.
we get him tonight as the Timberwolves look to close out the Lakers. It is 3-1. They are back in LA. It is now Rockets 46, Warriors 24.
Call me in the fourth.
Telling you, man.
I'm
Warriors.
going to text you later tonight if the Warriors win.
Well, I will say,
or lose by 5.
Buck, I texted you the other day. Who was down 29? Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City
Was down 29 to the Grizzlies.
I actually watched some of that comeback.
Ja got hurt, but
that was
still.
a big part. Ja went down.
I text Buck. I said, dude, Oklahoma City is down 29, and the live line is 9.
And I said you should probably just bet them to win.
And you said take Oklahoma City to win. I'm like, you're crazy.
Chet Holmgren had 14 points in the third quarter.
And they won.
Yep.
Freaking NBA. What are we on? Number 2? Is this 2?
That's right.
Yeah. The NFL has fined Falcons defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich $100,000 and the team $250,000 for the Shedeur Sanders prank phone calls on draft night.
Should have gone with low-key sis Samantha.
Yeah, what would you like to explain that?
I tried to do a deep dive into the other kids. There's Jax, who got in trouble.
By the way, can I stop you right there? Any kid named Jax, and I'm sorry to all you Jaxes who are listening right
How about
now.
his brother Jace?
Not Jax.
That's what I was going to say.
Jax.
And his brother Jace.
Any Jax is a instant douche.
Instant douche.
Instant.
And then there's Samantha. According to this article, essentiallysports.com called her the low-key sister.
So the Ulbrichs have 3 kids.
3 kids.
Jax, Jace, and Samantha.
Also known as Sammy.
And she's the one, like you said, was probably at Cornell.
She's
and
probably
really
at
smart
Cornell, yeah.
And would never have done what he did.
No.
And the Pac-12 has a TV deal in place for 2025. It has been announced. Came out yesterday. It was it's the Beavs and the Cougs, of course. This is just for 2025. This does not include 2026 when they get all the new schools. And by the way, I think they're still looking for one more school.
Yep, because
I don't know why they can't get it.
Because Gonzaga's in to complete it, but they're not a football school.
Right. So they need one more football.
So they're trying to get Memphis, Tulane,
UNLV still.
UNLV. All these schools think that the Mountain West and Conference USA and fill in the blank are better conferences. You should see the peacocking that Memphis does on Reddit.
Oh, Reddit.
Oh, Memphis?
Like Memphis fans?
Memphis fans think they are the number 1 group of 5 school in all of America. That'd be an interesting conversation. What is the best program in the group of 5?
Ooh, okay.
Memphis right now thinks it's them, and they're not afraid to say it.
I don't think that's right. But real quick, the Pac-12 announced the TV deal, the CW, which we knew, but also CBS and ESPN. So the CW airs 9 of the Washington State, Oregon State home games. CBS and ESPN are getting 2 games each. There's your Hot 5 at 5. It is brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food. 19 locations across Oregon and Washington. Now in Lackamas Square in Vancouver. Find a location near you at victorricos.com. When you think of flavor, think of Victor Rico's. Okay, I'm going to think about your question. Interesting question. And we will revisit the Damian Lillard trade coming up on The Fan.
Check out the Fan Merch Locker.
Well, that's amazing. Okay, we're
Pretty
gonna have
damn
to,
good.
We're gonna have to play that again.
His cadence is better than mine.
Well, and you kind of trail off at the end. You didn't
I'm
nail
trying to
the
sell it, and it didn't work.
you didn't nail the landing.
Yeah.
That said, particularly right at the beginning, it's exactly the same. Okay, so just to point this out, if you just tuning in, this is Patrick Harris. One of these is him, and one of these is the real Sam Elliott.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
I actually like yours better.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Wildfires.
Amazing.
Yeah.
You have
my
a better
spirit animal.
voice than
he's
Sam Elliott.
He's my spirit animal.
Yeah.
First time I ever saw Roadhouse, I was like, "Whoo, that guy.
That guy.
I want that guy." I have a mustache because of Gardner Minshew and Sam Elliott.
Now, to answer your question,
Yeah, I saw it too.
so Memphis, you're saying Memphis fans think they're the top group of 5?
Well, I mean, everybody thinks they're the top, but boy, are they the loudest. It feels like in my world of social media, in my world of sports intake, which is mostly Reddit, it feels like Memphis are the loudest screamers.
Is that a good way to judge?
I mean,
fan
where do you get
bases?
yours? Twitter, like
Reddit? Well,
you know,
that's a fair
I think it
point.
just depends on where you get it.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't think it matters. You just have to have that context of where you get it.
I think you can't argue with Boise State.
I agree. I
You
read that
just-
on the text line. They are spot on.
Yeah, I just
5
don't
or
know.
6 people text that in.
I don't know how you could argue with that.
I don't think so either. I'm more sad that I asked that question without realizing
It's
how
Boise
blatantly
State.
obvious the answer is Boise State.
Now, you know who I think it could be? Is UNLV. It could be.
It could be.
I think they're kind of figuring out in the NIL world, they could maybe jump.
The Vegas thing is huge in the NIL world. Just location
That's what I mean.
alone. Yeah. Like if they figure that out,
Yes.
it will be, and that's maybe why UNLV is stalling on all this stuff.
I think so too.
They're like,
They're
well,
coveted now.
We kind of don't know what we're worth. We need to figure out what we're worth before we start taking.
I mean, would there
offers.
be anybody else even in the? I mean, and this is
Well, that's the next best question is what's the best group of 5 conference?
well, I don't even know what the hell the conferences are anymore.
Right.
They shift too much.
The answer is probably the Mountain West, but they are now competing with the new
But that's
Pac-12.
going to be the Pac-12.
Well, some teams are staying in the Mountain West.
No, the
'Cause
new
now the
Pac.
now the Mountain West thinks they're better than the Pac-12.
Yeah, well, they're wrong. The new Pac-12 is
But
better.
they think it. They believe it.
Well, whatever. But the new Pac-12 is better than the new Mountain West.
I agree.
The only other one that would compete with that would be what the American Athletic, right?
I
Isn't
can't
that the
name
other?
3 teams in the American Athletics.
It's like, well, that's where Memphis and all those guys.
Yeah. Memphis, Tulane.
Yeah, like who else is in that conference?
This is why going back, not to dive into this again, but going back to how do you feel as a Wazoo fan? This is why it hurts so bad. Because I don't know what's going on in my own world. My world is no longer Power 5. I am not Power 4. My world is now Group of 5, and I don't know anybody at this party.
Yeah.
I don't know the location.
Yeah, I get
don't
that.
know the menu. I don't know any of the staff, and I don't have any friends.
But they might serve decent food.
They might serve decent food.
It might be like the old spaghetti factory.
They might overserve if I've had too many to drink, but I don't know that yet. You know?
Yeah, you got to feel it out.
And so I'm a little scared.
It's scary, yeah.
Yeah.
It's fear.
It's like a blind date, but like a blind Tinder date.
Yeah. Fear-based.
Yeah.
I get you. I feel bad for you, Cougs. I like the Cougs. I've told you this before. I've never met a Coug I didn't like.
Thanks.
I know many Cougs, and they're all great. Every one of them.
We just understand. We
You're
get
just down to earth, and you like to party.
There ain't much of us.
There ain't much of us. Revisiting the Blazers trade of Damian Lillard really quick. Boy, how things have changed in that regard now that he went down. Because, so I was looking yesterday at just the trade when it's all on paper, you know, a couple years later. And now that Lillard's 34, I think.
34.
And now he's got a blown out Achilles. Well, here's just to backtrack a little bit. How about the Bucks, who just got beat in the first round again, which marks the third straight year they've been
injury-plagued beat in the first round again.
Yeah, third straight year they've lost in the first round. After Giannis and the Bucks won the title, who would have thought they would be eliminated each of the next 4 years, 3 times in the first round, and 2 of those times with Damian Lillard as his running mate.
And for the same reasons every time. Can't be healthy, too
Yeah.
old, not enough depth.
It's just-
who's the coach?
So to the point of big trades, when we evaluate these big trades, you kind of never know how it's going to work out. Like Nico is getting raked over the coals.
That will be the litmus test from here on out in the history of the NBA. When we're
Yes.
90 years old and you're talking to Meat's grandkids, if you're lucky enough to be a great granddad, you're talking to Meat's grandkids. Look, it ain't Nico Williams or Nico Harrison.
Yeah.
It ain't Nico Harrison.
Yeah. Yes, but I'm just saying, keep open the idea that if something happens with Luka or the Lakers cannot get over the top and win,
Luka goes back to Dallas.
no, Luka's just. And then what if Dallas actually? What if
I follow? Yeah.
What if Anthony Davis gets healthy and Dallas is he's actually to some degree right about defense and they're pretty good with him and they have Clay and
Kyrie getting older, like turns in and matures into that role. I'm with you.
This is why sometimes
I'm not a Nico killer. I'm not a Nico killer.
Well,
it's fun to laugh about.
Look, he should be raked over the coals.
I'm never trading Luka,
but
I see.
And I'm not even saying that's going to happen. I'm just saying sometimes with these big trades, you got to wait. And the Damian Lillard trade, if you look at it now, because at the time, and we all understood why the Blazers traded Damian Lillard. Okay, it's like there are some people that would say never trade a star like that, but others would be like, you have to because he's going to leave anyway.
Though, like Kansas City's never going to trade Patrick Mahomes. But in the NBA,
no, NBA is different. Yeah,
the NBA is different. They traded Shaq.
He
went and won a title.
Yeah, you have to flip your franchise. You gotta start over, and it wasn't gonna be with him. He's getting older. Okay, and he wanted out anyway. He requests a trade. Lillard goes to the Bucks. That's all they get. So disaster of a trade for them. Didn't work, even though it looked great. Like, because remember when it happened, it's like, oh my God, look at this! What a great move.
Some people thought the Blazers didn't get enough.
Exactly. Now look at what the Blazers got. They got DeAndre Ayton.
Okay.
It's
more of a salary dump than anything.
But he's a starter in the NBA.
For sure.
You got Kamara, and that's looking good.
Looking very good.
You got Drew Holiday, who
you flipped
for. I'm trying to think.
Delano Banton?
Robert Williams
and Brogdon. And then they flipped Brogdon and turned him into Avdia.
Yep. Which
that's
great. Check.
Yeah. They also have the Bucks first for 2029, although they may have traded that. I don't remember.
Okay.
And they had the pick swaps with the Bucks. And Danny was saying today, Danny's our NBA guy, and he was saying that if Giannis is traded from Milwaukee, the Blazers will be a part of it because of those pick swaps. So, dude, you look at that now and you go, eh. Now the Suns were the other team in this. They got Grayson Allen, Keon Johnson, Nasir Little, and Yusuf Nurkic, and they're a mess.
They're a mess. They hate Nurkic.
Yeah.
Everybody, I mean, again, back to where I live in social media, they hate Nurkic.
Reddit.
They hate Nurkic.
Well,
they
they
hate
should.
that guy so much.
They should. I mean, because he was supposed to be like, that was a big piece for them, even though it wasn't a star.
They hated Ayton, and then they got Nurkic, and we're like, I'd die for Ayton.
Give us Ayton back. Yeah, right. And we could have told them. But the Blazers, let's give credit where credit's due. It's not, look, it wasn't a home run trade, but it's looking better and better by the day. Now, of course, you can't predict injuries.
And that's what I was going to ask you. Do you feel, because I'm with you, this trade looks awesome.
It looked bad at the time.
It looked bad at the time, but right now, unfortunately, we're never rooting for injuries, especially our guy Damian. But now that you look at it, this trade looks awesome. Let me ask you this.
I don't know about awesome, but it's good.
Does this trade look better today because he got hurt?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because if you see that the Bucks are out two years a row in the playoffs with Damian Lillard, you're still at the end of the day saying we're still picking in their lottery, and it's still Damian and Giannis. If they're healthy, I believe in them. But the fact that Dame goes down, because he's going to be out all next year. The fact that Dame goes down, now you're looking at it like, it's almost like bullet dodged.
Yes.
Not that he would have tore it here or anything like that, but you're like, whoa, maybe we really won that trade. Because now that you think about it, is all this talk with Giannis being traded. Is Giannis going to go? They're going to have, because Portland has a bunch of their first-round draft picks, they have to sell Giannis to get first round to blow the whole thing up. So those picks, in theory, are going to be bad Milwaukee Bucks teams.
Yeah.
And those lottery picks are going to look real nice for the Blazers. Now, the problem is it's at the expense of your beloved greatest player in franchise history.
Well, I think that's a key thing. And I also think, like this text says, the NBA is ran and won by stars.
Mm-hmm.
None of those guys are stars. Damian Lillard was a superstar. And I think it's easy to look at him being injured, that they got the better deal now, but none of the stuff you've talked about equals the impact of Damian Lillard and what he made on the team. And I agree with that. But at the same time, I think when you go back and look at I was one who advocated for trading Damian Lillard.
I would have done it 2 years
I'm like,
earlier.
it's over. You know, you got to get something.
McCollum went out the door, it was like, adios.
You got to get something for him. They tried to do that. Didn't look good on paper at the time. But as it's marinated, I mean, they got a little something for him. It's not earth-shattering.
And there shows promise. Like you were going through about all the people that have come in. You know, Ayton had some nice moments, but Ayton's not your future. That's kind of a swap cash for cash.
So you're probably going to turn him into something.
Yeah, they'll turn him into something, and they'll turn Jeremy Grant into something. But you know, the early returns, it's still a lot of TBD. But Donovan, Klingon, Scoot, Shaden, there's your nucleus.
But when you trade, I think when you trade a player like Lillard, as good as Lillard is, I think you just got to get more. You just have to.
I think so too, but
or more out of your picks.
But what we're talking, yes, I agree. Now, do the Blazers draft well? That remains to be seen.
Yeah,
that remains to be seen. But there is a nucleus here, you know, and you know now your question is
there?
You have to believe you have 3 top 5, top 10 lottery picks.
Okay.
You have to think those guys are going to. I mean, look at Houston.
All right.
Look at Houston.
I know. I think
look at Orlando.
Chauncey thinks they can
Houston and Orlando, that's what the Blazers should be.
It's actually pretty neat.
Chauncey believes they can be the new Rockets. I don't believe that.
I don't either.
Who cares what I think? I
also
don't
think
even watch
Ime Udoka is like 10 times the coach as Chauncey.
There's that too. He's a really good coach.
I mean, he also loves women, but so do I.
Yeah. Well, so does Chauncey, doesn't he?
I think so.
I mean,
You're a
I
loser.
think you are correct.
We're all in this
I think
together.
You are correct.
All right. Our NBA bubble bath is coming up next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, NBA playoff action going on right now. The Rockets all over the Warriors in Game 5 in the Western Conference. Rockets trying to hold off elimination. It is 61-40 in favor of Houston, just under 3 minutes to go in the first half. Coming up at 7 o'clock tonight, the Lakers trying to avoid elimination at home at the hands of the Minnesota Timberwolves. That series 3-1 in favor of Minnesota. It's over on TNT tonight, where the Lakers are a 5.5-point favorite. Meanwhile, in the NHL, a couple games going on right now, both potential elimination games. The Capitals up 2-0 over the Canadiens. They are midway through the second period in that one. Capitals will advance if that result holds. And in Tampa, it's 2-2 at the end of the first period between the Panthers and Lightning. Florida can advance over Tampa with the win this evening. At 6:30 tonight, Blues and Jets do battle in Game 5. That series tied 2-2. And on the diamond today, the Mariners, winners again. They sweep their 2-game series over the Angels. It's their 7th straight series win. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan Merch Locker has a new black 1080 The Fan hoodie, as well as classic long and short sleeve tees. Get yours now at 1080thefan.com. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
He corks this out to center field. This is way back there for Paris, and it bangs off the wall. Full steam ahead. J.P. Crawford's coming home, flying to the plate. He is saved.
I have to ask this question. I really do, and I just want a straight answer.
Honesty.
Julio Rodriguez, overrated?
No, I'm still here. We talked about this last night on the Hot Corner. I'm still in the Julio train, but the train's getting smaller.
Dude.
I still believe the talent is there, but yes, the question is being asked.
Mention code BXT10 at checkout for 10% off your entire purchase. Battery Exchange online at batteryexchange.com.
What's up, baseball fans? It's time to swing big on your bets this season. Step up to the plate with an odds boost token from BetMGM.
.1080 The Fan.
Well, I was going to do the NBA bubble bath here, but I'm not. Audible.
No?
Omaha.
Draw a nice bath.
No,
light some candles, pour some Cavassier, and then I'm gonna.
I just thought you and I were not the biggest NBA guys, so I'm gonna go with baseball. We're going to baseball here.
You know what? You know what's funny? Growing up, NBA was my number 2 sport.
Was it?
Baseball 1, NBA 2. I mean, it's Jordan. My favorite player is Reggie Miller. I loved NBA. God, when I was from the age of probably 4 to 15. So yeah, no, good solid 10, 11 years there, man. NBA was king. I loved basketball. It's actually like when LeBron came in the league.
So why are you no longer a fan?
The game. It's just changed.
LeBron James.
And I don't mean it in like guys from the night. I don't do any of that revisionist era kind of garbage.
It's just not a great product.
It's just not a great product.
Playoffs can be.
Playoffs can be. And I do tune in, high leverage games of any sport I'm down to watch. But it's honestly, LeBron James and I graduated high school in 2003. We're the same age. And as much as I love and respect and have enjoyed watching LeBron his entire career, it's right around them. I wouldn't say it's his fault, but it's right around then when he comes into the league, the game changed and I lost interest. And I continually lose interest.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I think they have a myriad of problems which you don't need to get into, but I feel like they pay these thoroughbreds a gajillion dollars, and then they just ride them to the point where even an 82-game regular season, when you've got the playoffs that really matter, guys just don't put the there's just no emphasis on the regular season. They don't care. And that's a real problem. Not only that, but I mean, dude, you watch a game now, and I'm going to sound like I'm 85 years old. I don't care. Dude, it's all three-pointers. Like, it is not interesting.
Or really
It's just
bad ISO.
Chucking,
Like
chucking,
really
and chucking.
bad down the
And
lane
foul
ISO.
baiting, which
It
is
is-
the
foul
the
baiting.
thing
The
du jour in these
SGA
playoffs.
thing. Yeah,
It's
yeah, yeah.
just not interesting. It just isn't.
I always not to blow this up too much, but NBA went to a crossroads. I've been screaming about this for years. NBA hit a crossroad where they had to decide. It was a fork in the road. They decided, are we going to be in this for the game, or are we going to be in this for entertainment? And the NBA chose entertainment, and that's what you get from this. If you're choosing entertainment, your superstar-driven league, your player-driven league, your shoe deals, your Sprite commercials, etc., that's what you get. You get guys that aren't going to be invested. Now, I give the NFL a ton of credit because they told everybody, we're going the game. But secretly, they went the entertainment. And I think the NBA, because you chose the entertainment over the game suffers.
Well, I just think it's the evolution of the game. It's how it's
probably Steph
evolved.
Curry's fault.
And they have not done a very well. He's part of it.
I mean,
he is definitely part of it.
Steph Curry's the top 5 player of all time because of his influence on the game.
You know what's ironic about
Jordan
that?
is 1 because everyone wants to play like Jordan. Curry might be 2 because everyone wants to play like Curry.
I mean, you could make the argument he broke the game with the three-pointer.
Yeah. And he's one of the most likable.
That's the thing.
Breath of fresh air we've had.
The most ironic thing about that is that Curry is by far the most interesting thing in the NBA.
Without a doubt.
And yet he's the guy that, I mean, if you want to pinpoint one guy, that
That's the tipping
really
point.
flipped the script on the analytics of three-pointers.
Him and James Harden.
Yeah.
You know, I'll throw Harden in there, but it's easy to dog on him because he's just not likable.
So these guys it's not all the players' fault. I just feel like you can't possibly give it your all for 82 games and then I know fans want them to. It's just the nature of the sport. Like baseball is a longer season, twice as long, and yet you can't really tell when guys there's a lot of downtime, right?
You can stand in right field for 3 innings and do nothing.
Yeah,
It's called sport. It's called baseball.
if
in
a guy's
particular.
mailing it in, you can't really tell.
Yeah.
In the NBA, you can, and that hurts. It's the nature of the sport. It hurts itself. And the playoffs, but now we get into the playoffs, like not to bitch about it too much. You get the playoffs, it can be fantastic. And it's only going to get better as we start eliminating some Orlando Magics of the world.
I'm about to open something up that is going to get a big yawn from our listeners right now, and I'm very aware of that. But stick with me for a moment.
Lacrosse talk?
No, I watch a lot of European football, European soccer. Okay,
God.
I know. Just listen. And in the English Premier League, there is a lot of talk. Managers are bitching and moaning about too many games. There's the European tournament we're in. There's our domestic tournaments we're in. We're playing 2 games a week. This is too much on my players. And players get hurt and they break down. And it costs you titles and cups and things like that. The players still try their absolute hardest. They still try their absolute. Now, you can see a guy and you can be like, there's Rop. I mean, it's the 3rd game in 10 days for him, and he looks tired. But you can't tell that he's not trying.
But you can coast in soccer, too.
Kind of,
Couple
but
little
not
yogs here and there.
Not at the high level, though. Not when everything's on the line. You can tell that, okay, that guy's tired. That guy doesn't have it in him today. But you can't tell he's not trying.
Yeah.
He's still trying.
Well, and I don't know that guys aren't. I don't want to pin it all on the players.
But it feels like they're not trying.
It does kind of have that reputation. It's just I don't think it's possible to expect playoff type basketball night in and night out in an 82 game regular season. It's just not possible.
Agreed.
And that's why these guys are in and out of the lineups. And these aren't real injuries. Come on, dude. They're resting. They're not even hiding it anymore. They need to rest.
Yeah.
And it's a real problem. Like that league. I used to like Adam Silver. But boy, I think it's gone way south under his watch.
Well,
and
I wonder if he doesn't know what to do.
Maybe
I wonder
not.
if it's treading water.
Maybe not.
I wonder if it's just like,
yeah, I don't know.
Stay afloat.
Well, I have a baseball item for you.
Let's do it.
And so there's one team who is attempting to solve baseball's arm problem. You know, we got a lot of injuries, a lot of elbow injuries.
What is Colorado Rockies?
No, but I will say, I'll tell you who it is next. One of the 3 of us is a fan of their team. Of this team. Yeah. And it's quite a simple theory. That's next on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Well, Isaac.
Yeah, what do we got?
You know that Oregon women's golf won the Big Ten. Well, now they know where they're headed for their regionals. They are the 6th seed in the Auburn regional. The top 5 advance to the national championships.
Oh, hell yeah.
So they're right on the fringe there, at least based on ranking. And the top individual golfer as well. Kiara Romero, very much in play for the Ducks individually as well.
When are the NCAAs?
May 23rd to 28th.
Okay. Look forward to that. I like college golf.
Yeah?
Underrated sport, college golf.
Well, my.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
The home of dirt and spray.
I'm dirt.
6 years ago.
One team is attempting to solve baseball's arm problem, and they're doing it with quite a simple idea. So Major League Baseball, of course, has an abundance of elbow injuries, really, because of increased velocity and starting pitchers. Starting pitchers, it used to be I don't know about you, but when I looked at the box score or in the paper, because you used to not have internet, kids, and you'd have to go to the paper to see who was pitching the next day.
The sports page.
The sports page, you'd look in there and it would say Nolan Ryan versus Brett Saberhagen. I'd be like, oh my God.
Must watch.
I always look at the starting pitcher matchups. It was a big deal. But now, starting pitchers have kind of been relegated to a supporting role in that let's get through the order twice and then we're going to turn it over to our power arms, So in today's game, as you well know, these young guys, they want short burst, hard as you can pitches with velocity and spin, elbow be damned. A couple stats. No one throws 200 innings anymore in a season. This last year, only 4 pitchers threw over 200 innings in the season. 20 years ago, that number was 50 pitchers. Just 20 years ago.
We've had 2 complete games in 30 days.
Is that it?
That's it. Michael King and Nathan Eovaldi. And I'm surprised there's 2.
Yeah, that seems like a lot.
Seems like a lot.
minor league pitchers lasted just 5 innings in 40% of games. In that same stat in 2005, 20 years ago, 70%. So this is what has happened in baseball. It's just the way it is. Okay, so nobody really has a solution because they don't want to give up on these. Like watching Paul Skeens is amazing.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is like if you can get me through 4 innings, that's almost halfway through the game. If you can get me through 4 innings, then I can bring in 5 dudes to finish it out.
And I think what's ended up happening, Suka and I have talked about this before, but a lot of teams have learned that if you pitch guys out of the bullpen, you pay them less.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you just stack up a bunch of cheaper guys out in the bullpen, but they all throw gas or have different arm angles that throw hitters off, that you can piece together a game or a week of games that way, just as much as you can paying $90 million to a starting pitcher.
There's a team last year that was picked to finish 4th in their division, won the division, and went to the ALCS because they had the best bullpen in baseball. That is my Cleveland Guardians.
And they were awesome.
And their bullpen looks just as good this year.
So,
with no starters.
Here's the team that is going the other way on this, and it is Ryan Buckley's San Francisco Giants.
Right.
Did you know this?
I did not know this.
You heard any of this? So the Giants...
I instantly think Bob Melvin. I instantly think Bob Melvin has to have something to do with
this is deeper organizational.
I know it's organizational analytics, but I have to believe that Bob Melvin's like, yep, I agree. Because he's old. He's an old school guy.
Even their new president of baseball operations, Buster Posey, old school mentality.
Yeah.
I wonder if Posey wasn't mentioned in the article I read about this. Is some guy named Wynn? Is that their GM?
Yeah, I
or
believe
player
so.
development guy or somebody?
Yeah.
He was talking, and he said, hey, if I'm training for a marathon, I'm running more miles. I'm running further, right? So their idea is something that the Japanese pitchers have always had, and they have far fewer injuries than we do. Throw more pitches. It's not hard. So their minor league starters go deeper in games, and they are punting on low pitch counts. They don't really care about pitch counts. Obviously, if a guy's tired, that's different.
Mm-hmm.
He could be at 70 pitches and be tired. He's coming out. If he's at 110 pitches, but he's not tired, keep him going. So they also want to get young guys, and this is a big thing, I think. They want to get young pitchers to understand the importance of going deeper into a game. Young people now, they don't appreciate that. They just want to spin it and whip it. And
the value's on throwing as hard as you possibly can because that produces the highest rate of outs, but there's just as much value in the longevity of staying in a game.
And that's how much that's how they make their money too, but there is
and everybody wants to strike out.
Yes.
I don't want to induce ground balls. We were talking fantasy in the break. One of the fantasy categories that I struggle so hard in is K through 9. I got so many starters that have low K through 9 because I don't care how you get the out. Yeah. Just get the out.
Yeah, so it's an asset to go deeper in games, and they're trying to teach their players that. The numbers show, and this is what Wynn said, he said that when they had a bunch of guys throwing a ton of innings, their arm health was better when they had a bunch of guys throwing more innings, which if you think about it, kind of stands to reason as long as they're not it just depends on their delivery, right? So their big thing is it's a throwback approach, and all it is conserving energy and pitching strategically.
It's probably not maxing out your reps. It's like a weightlifter. You're benching 200 instead of 300, and you can do way more reps.
Well, to take it into something else, kind of what you said about a marathon. Think about, we all talk and we all laugh. Usually the 4th of July comes around, and it's food eaters, okay? We have learned, without being food eaters, that the key to eating more food is stretching out your stomach. It's not starving yourself. Have you ever been been so hungry and then you drive, say you're driving through Kansas and you're so hungry you haven't eaten in 5 hours, you're starving, get to a drive-in spot, you get a burger and fries and you smash that thing. And then you're like, "Oh God, I feel terrible." Because you haven't been eating.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's the same idea.
Same concept.
Yeah, and it's amazing that it's so simple, but teams are just afraid to do it. Now the Giants are doing it, and first of all, the Giants are pretty good. They're 19-11. They're hanging with the Dodgers.
Oh, they're fun. Jung-Hoo Lee. I called that.
Grandson of the Wind.
I called it.
Grandson of who?
Wind.
I called that 2 seasons ago.
So
Buck,
his
just
father,
to give you some love.
His father was a very famous, or I guess, well-respected center fielder in Korea, and he like flew around the outfield so fast they called him Son of the Wind. That was his like Korean nickname, and so his son now on the Giants, Grandson of the Wind.
He got hurt last year. When he
Okay.
came over, I was like, this guy's going to be good. And he's great.
Well, they're not going max effort on every pitch. And if this starts to work, all it takes is one team to do it well.
Baseball's so copycat.
Well, they all the
I mean,
sports are.
every sport is.
Keep your arms healthy, have them go deeper in games, and then your relievers can come in and just wail, whatever. So that's what they're doing with the Giants. And if they get this right, the starting pitcher could be back, and that's good for the game.
It is great for the game. And I love that and I was going to say something else, but I love that you say it's good for the game. And one thing, Joe always laughs at me with the Hot Corner Tuesdays from 7 to 9.
On the fan.
That, I have this famous saying whenever I get pissed off about baseball, I always say nobody hates Major League Baseball more than Major League Baseball. They love doing things to make this game very difficult on fans, players, owners, etc. But one thing that I will always say, and you said it's better for the game, one thing that baseball does better than any other sport is it self-protects itself without even doing anything. Baseball almost always corrects itself. Too many home runs, pitchers catch up. Not enough home runs, hitters catch up. Racial barriers, steroids. Steroids come in. It's like, ooh, hey, got to correct itself. Baseball's really, really good at correcting itself. And I don't know why that is. I don't know if it's because it's been around for 160, 70 years. I don't know if that's what it is, that it's got the experience, but there's something about baseball. There's something about 90 feet. There's something about that box that's your strike zone. There's just something kind of, and this is why I love baseball. This is why I'm so romantic about it. There's something kind of magical about it, that baseball finds a way to fix itself when it needs to. And this might be the start. Now that we have analytics and can deep dive into stuff, we might be able to see that trend coming. But this could be the start of baseball correcting itself. Because you're right. Pitchers, I want to see Max Fried in the 7th. I want to see Spencer Schwellenbach in the 8th. I want to see the Jacob deGroms of the world flourish. I want to see Logan Gilbert throw a complete game shutout. I want to see that.
I think all sports ebb and flow like that to some degree. But baseball certainly has, when you're talking pitching versus hitting, it certainly has its own inner dynamic.
It's crazy.
We're going to adjust this way. It's not unlike a quarterback and offenses versus defensive coordinators and that.
But there's not a lot, like NFL says, hey, you can't hit a quarterback at this point or at this spot or anything like that. They will change rules. You can't hand check.
Baseball has changed rules.
You can't hand check in basketball. But like baseball doesn't change rules to that extent. They kind of let you solve it on the field. There may be a juice ball area, but we'll juice pitch era.
They've talked about it. They've talked about lowering the mounds and,
They haven't lowered the mound since Bob
Banning the
Gibson.
shift.
Yeah.
But Bob Gibson was
The
so
shift
dominant.
ban.
Bob Gibson was so dominant in 68, they lowered the mound. The shift ban is a great point that baseball caught up and it got ahead of it. And they were kind of like, ooh, it's too much. So baseball then stepped in.
Yeah, it was a natural thing.
Then stepped in and said, let's not do that. And the game has opened up again.
Well, what can the NBA do to stop chucking threes? How about that? To bring it full circle, because they need that. What do you do? How does the NBA self-correct, like you're saying with baseball, with so many 3-pointers?
If your love
Make dunks worth 3.
If your love for all 3 sports and the pay for all 3 sports and the job load for all 3 sports is exactly the same between NFL, NBA, and MLB, NBA is the bottom of my choice to take that job because I don't know the answer.
It's the most difficult sport to regulate, maybe?
I think they're in such a hole that I don't know what
You'd have to do something radical.
I just don't know what to do. And you don't want to radicalize.
Well, why don't you bring back hand check? I mean, you just mentioned the hand check.
That's what I mean.
Bring it back.
Bring back hand
Let
checks.
them shove guys around.
And call travels. Like I don't want to bang on officiating because it's the NBA's fault. It's not like the NBA refs' fault. But that's what it is. It's tighten up your officiating. Call the game like the rules are. You know, there's
Yeah,
three
if they-
steps all over the place.
If they let guys mug guys out on the three-point line, first of all, they're not getting a three-pointer up, and second, they're going to mug them because they're not going to get around them.
If I'm up against you right now,
Yes,
if I'm
you ain't
playing
going
you
anywhere.
one-on-one defense and you decide to take a three and I go up to try to block it, if you kind of lean into me and fall down on my legs, I get the foul. That's such a garbage
Yeah,
rule.
there's that too.
Because you can bait that, like Buck was saying earlier. It's just baiting.
Yeah. All right. Well, there's
That-
your hot sports talk for the day.
I
Okay,
don't know what
we're
they
done.
do. I don't know what they do. I just don't know. And I don't want to know, basically, is where they put me.
Well, you got a lot of people who are waiting for them to improve the league.
I think the easiest thing is what you said earlier. Cut games.
Well,
That,
yeah, but
that'd,
it
be
won't
the
happen.
easiest, quickest solution.
I actually, honestly, the more I think about it, the more bringing back the hand check, just let guys get more physical. That's your easiest move.
Just officiate. Call travels.
All right, the club is coming up next. I've got Rock and Roll Hall of Fame 2025. I've got the list of inductees. We have booze news and Odd Couple talk on the Fan.
What's up, baseball fans?
Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brian Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, the NBA playoffs are underway once again. The Golden State Warriors looking to close out the Rockets in Houston, but it is all Rockets tonight, 89-60 right now in the third quarter. 21 points for Fred VanVleet leading Houston. Looks like this series will be going back to a Game 6 in Golden State. Meanwhile, coming up at 7 o'clock, you'll have the Lakers trying to avoid elimination at the hands of the Timberwolves. That one's on TNT. with the Lakers favored by 5.5. Meanwhile, on the ice, the Washington Capitals looking to close out the Montreal Canadiens. They're up 3-0 in the third, and a 3-3 tie in Tampa as Florida tries to close out the Lightning. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
It's back.
Patrick Harris.
No, I was once voted off the island doing Club Hour.
Why? What do you mean?
First year of Hunt for the Host. We were doing sports,
Oh, yeah.
and then it got to this one where it was like Club Hour, and they were like, talk about this, and I was like, but I just
What was the topic?
I can't remember, but I was so focused because I so wanted to win this thing that I was so focused on being like ready for sports that when it was like a Club Hour thing, it was like, hey, just be loose and be funny and blah blah blah, and I just couldn't let go. And the next year I actually kind of skated by. I got really lucky.
Why?
Because at the time, like
No
I said,
club questions?
I was just so focused on being a sports guy. It's like I want to do sports radio, so I need to be sports. And even though in our personal lives, that's what makes the Club Hour so great. If I'll soapbox here for a second for your great show. What makes the Club Hour so great is that this is what we all do with our friends at all time. We just don't get paid for it or broadcast it to other people. And I failed to view it that way. So I tried too hard.
But look at you. Here you are now.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Well, that's because you were desperate.
Yeah. I came hard today. I don't know. I go back and forth on having guest hosts fill in, because what we do is, sometimes it's like if you don't have chemistry with someone, you don't know if you have chemistry with someone.
Of course.
I'd rather just do it myself. Because
Sure.
Buck and I, you got Buck over there.
You do
and-
them every day.
Yeah, we're just like, it's just easier. Because I've had some guest hosts where it's like, oh God. I mean, that was a lot of work.
You make it through 2 segments, and you're like, oh, there's 3.5 more hours of
Oh
this.
dear. Yeah. It's like, oh boy. And it's not that they're bad. It's just that you're feeling them out.
Right.
It's harder. And you don't know what they jive with and what they don't, or topic wise. So sometimes it's just easier to do it on your own.
The combo I've had with JC Babes is his take on co-hosts. I should not repeat on the air. Is fascinating.
Yeah.
It's fascinating. I mean, it's straight up. It's honest. It's real. It is fascinating the way he looks at it.
Yeah, well.
And it's terrifying at first. And then I got 2 segments in and he was like, hey, I kind of like you. And I was like, oh, God.
Yeah, and it's hard. It's just a hard thing. It's kind of a delicate dance,
Well, I mean, look at
because everybody wants to sit there, and not everybody can sit there, Patrick.
Well, look at my stupid show, okay? Like, Joe was our producer for 7 years, and when the chair opened, I was like, I already had it.
Yeah.
Like, I got to do that
Yeah.
with you.
Yeah, right. I mean, he's all right on there. but-
Hopefully, I haven't
No, I'm
been
just kidding.
too rough on you. What's really challenging, Isaac,
Well.
is I usually sit in your chair.
Oh, yeah.
And so that job.
Hey,
like,
dude.
Remember, we're doing jobs here. That job is what I'm used to. I'm
I
not
tell you
used
what,
to this job.
And Jeff didn't like this, but who cares? He's dead. You come in, you sit over here, I'll sit over there and do Sook's job. I love that. I'm in. Not that I'd be any good at it. I'm just saying that's the easiest thing in the world. Again, not saying what he does
Totally.
is easy. What
Without
I
a
am
doubt.
saying is he's a natural at it.
He's
really good.
Everybody wants to be a one.
Yeah, well, yeah, yes.
Until they realize
Listen,
it depends on who you are.
It depends on your personality.
Without a doubt.
But the one is more labor intensive.
Without a doubt.
The two, dude, I just get to sit over there and just spit.
I've been looking
I'm
at
in.
the text line and YouTube all day.
I think it's
So,
harder
like,
to be good at the mechanics of the one. It's harder to be good at just being the two.
Agreed.
Right.
Like, it takes more skill to be good at the person who just reacts and talks.
First time I
Like,
did a show with Sook, I was like, I want to be the one. And he was like, sure about that, cowboy? And I was
Yeah.
like, yeah. He goes, all right. And it worked. But you're right. It just depends on how you are.
Yeah. Sports radio talk for you guys out there.
What?
What are we going to get to here?
It's insane.
Your show, not mine.
Well, I have booze news. And you being a fellow booze hound, I figured that'd be good
Love
for
the
you.
booze.
But let's start with the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees. I wonder if you had any
Yeah.
problem with this. I love this every year. I always love to find out who's being inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And I also love watching the ceremony, which usually is on Max.
It's usually really cool. Like somebody
It's amazing.
super famous is inducting somebody else, and then that band's gonna play a couple songs or like a medley, and it's just it's cool. Have you been to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
No.
It's great. It's fantastic.
I'll get there
I
someday.
went in 2016. Mom and I went to the World Series when Cleveland played Chicago, and
Yeah, it's in Cleveland, by the way.
It's in Cleveland, and before Game 2, we went to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. It's awesome, and it changes all the time. So if you lived in Cleveland, you could go 3 times a year and see 2 different museums.
Because they do do they do different exhibits? And
Yeah,
stuff
they
like that?
rotate
Yeah.
stuff. You know, there's like a Prince exhibit this week, but next week is a Beatles exhibit, and the next week is an Outkast exhibit, etc.
This year there are 13 inductees, honorees as they were. Bad Company is one.
Why it took this long is shocking.
Yeah, it's a great band.
That band is so good. They wrote a song about their band name, and it was a hit.
Bad
Company
by Bad Company.
Hell yeah.
Like, right? That's doubling down.
It's like if Isaac Ropp made a song named
Called
Isaac,
Isaac
Ropp.
Ropp. Yeah.
And it was
Hell
just
yeah.
a great song about Isaac Ropp.
Chubby Checker.
Yep.
Again, shocked he's not in. And again, a lot of people are like, "Oh, rock and roll." It's just
Stop.
it's-
That's the
yeah.
most tiring argument.
Yeah.
It's not rock and roll anymore. It's
music.
a music hall of fame.
It's music hall of fame, and it's the #1 music hall of fame. Joe Cocker is in. Greatness.
Look, listen to this voice.
Yeah.
Do you think I like Joe Cocker?
Joe Cocker guy. Cyndi Lauper made it. I find that interesting.
Well, I'm also kind of considering the different types of music they're always allowing in now. It feels like maybe she would have been in a while ago, though. She's
I'm
pretty
with
iconic.
Buck on this one.
Is she iconic?
I
think
so.
Okay.
The problem is she's not Madonna. That's the problem. But Cyndi Lauper in the 80s in music is
She
as
was
famous
huge.
as you can be.
She was huge.
It's like Pat Benatar, Cyndi Lauper, and Madonna are probably the 3 most famous chicks in the 80s.
Ooh. Joan Jett?
Oh, Joan Jett. Yeah, I'll throw her in there as well.
I'm sorry, but Joan Jett could run circles around Cyndi Lauper.
I would agree with that as well.
Joan Jett, badass.
Agreed, but just because
No,
Joan
yeah.
Jett's in doesn't mean
I know.
Cyndi Lauper can't be in.
Okay, I guess maybe I'm not as familiar with her works. I just know girls want to have fun, and
It's pop music.
She seems kind of goofy.
It's style. Like she had a style. She had an outfit, a
Yeah.
wardrobe.
Okay. All right. Salt and Pepper,
Without a doubt. Hands down. Let's go.
and then Warren Zevon is in.
He's the big one.
That's Sook's guy.
He
Yeah,
is
Sook loves
so
Zevon.
revered in the music world. Maybe not in the pop world, but it's kind of like a Lou Reed or a who else am I thinking of right now? Anyway, like Warren Zevon is a guy that's viewed as so inspirational and iconic to a lot of musicians that it's shocking to me that he's not already in.
Okay, I would agree with that. Yeah, he's a big deal. Not I never really listened to much of it, but he's iconic. He's
Without a doubt.
Soundgarden.
Look, I sit here and I think Chris Cornell might be the greatest male vocalist in pop rock history. And that includes Freddie Mercury and Robert Plant.
Wow.
I think Cornell's voice is just unbelievable.
Well, it was.
Am I the biggest Soundgarden fan in the world? No.
Well, he did a lot.
Do I think Chris Cornell is amazing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he was amazing. Outkast is in.
Favorite hip-hop group of all time.
And the White Stripes are in. How about that?
Boy, that's the one that makes you feel old.
Yeah, a little bit.
That's the one that makes you feel old.
Love, and I mean love, Jack White.
Jack White's great.
He may be my number one.
He once did a concert, I believe it was in Vancouver, BC, where he came on stage and played one note, and it rung out for like 47 seconds, I believe, and then he walked off stage.
And that was it?
And that was it.
No way.
I think so. If that's the story, if I remember. I might have to dive into that.
I'm going to need some confirmation of that.
Did Billy Idol not get in?
Snubs, well, they're saying this year the biggest snubs were Oasis again.
Well, nobody likes Oasis. They're jerks.
Yeah, that's part of it.
Nobody likes that. It's like they're the Kurt Schilling.
Are they not done yet? Aren't they firing it back up again?
It's all about 25 years after your first album.
I thought they were doing that stupid
Yeah, I
tour.
thought they were doing a Euro tour.
Yeah, but nobody likes them. They don't like each other.
Yeah, they don't even like them.
Well,
they're the Kurt Schilling of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
They don't even like it. They don't. You're right. They hate
don't.
each other.
They hate each other and they hate Oasis.
But people love the band.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's great. I mean, for 90s Beatles wannabe Brit pop, it's fantastic.
Yeah. I don't know if they should be Hall of Famers, though. Are they? Is that Hall of Fame worthy?
I mean, I think Hall of Fame is, do you have an impact on what you do? And I think
They
the
did.
answer for Oasis is yes.
They did.
Yeah.
Mariah Carey, also a snub.
I think so.
Big time.
And Phil Collins.
Oh,
now,
really?
Phil is
now
already
he's
in.
already in for Genesis.
Yes.
It's about solo.
Solo Phil.
Like, Ozzy is in 3 times.
Yeah.
For Black Sabbath, the band Ozzy Osbourne, and Ozzy as a solo artist.
Ozzy's great, but come on. If Ozzy's in, Phil should be in, right?
Phil should be. I actually like Phil's solo career more than Genesis.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah, big time.
Very versatile guy.
Awesome.
He did it all.
He also once played at Live Aid in London. He played a song and then got on a jet and flew to Philly and played Live Aid in Philly on the same day.
Really?
Yeah.
What a badass.
Sad end to Phil Collins, though.
It's not going well, right?
His body is completely breaking down on him.
Yeah. Are we going to read about him dying soon?
Probably. I believe Genesis sold their catalog recently for like $900 million.
It's good.
Seems like a lot.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of money.
It's no Bob Dylan, $3 billion, but
Was it really?
something like
$3
that.
billion?
Dylan sold his catalog.
Did you watch that? What's the Dylan movie?
No, I haven't seen it.
I
I'm
watched
not really
it the
into
other night.
biopics.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Is it?
I mean, it's good.
I heard an interview with Timothy Chalamet, and he spent like 2.5 years learning how to play harmonica like
Yeah.
Bob Dylan. And I was like, I spent 6 months learning the harmonica and became better than Bob Dylan. He's not very good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know
Was
much.
the movie good though?
It's good.
I always worry about biopics because I'm always thinking like, what are you gonna tell me about their life that I don't already know?
I would say that
I need something gripping.
That's fair. I guess I didn't know he was. Bob Dylan was a little before my time.
And I also think it brings life to
just
those
a little
artists.
bit, Rob.
Like it brings life to those
Yeah.
artists, especially if they weren't of your time. Like
Yeah.
Ray was a really great movie.
Ray was
Charles.
really good.
So was the Johnny Cash movie with Joaquin Phoenix was really good.
I thought that movie was okay.
I didn't know that he was pretty defiant, and I know he was defiant in terms of like he's a little out there, but he was pretty defiant in terms of the type of music they wanted him to do and the type of music he was doing, and so I didn't know that, and they show that in the movie. I guess that's
Going
true.
electric is
I don't know.
one of the biggest deals in the history of popular music.
Yeah, and he was folk. He was folksy. He was.
And he like betrayed them by
yeah.
going electric.
Yeah.
And then wrote one of the coolest albums ever in
Yeah.
Highway 61.
And they didn't want to hear it. They wanted to hear the old Flower Boy stuff.
And
And
if you listen to Highway 61, that album slaps, as the kids say.
Anyway, all right, there you go. There's your Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees for 2025. We have booze news, and we will talk odd couples next on The Fan.
After 257 selections...
Nobody
What?
needs a burrito.
That's out of context.
Very out of context.
Imagine if it were in context.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's true. Like, is that an easy scapegoat? Like, oh, hey, man, that's out of context.
It's just out of context.
Yeah, and you're like,
Yeah.
well, what was the context?
It's one of the more common excuses for saying something you shouldn't have.
Right,
oh,
right.
Oh, you just got it out of
context.
context.
You know, well, okay, well then bring it back here. Then tell me what is your context as to why you said something insanely stupid and
I'm gonna
offensive.
shove a burrito in my ass.
Yeah, I'd like to know what the context is.
Well, that was the guy who said he was going to shove a burrito in his ass.
That was the Kansas State guy that said, what was it, if they lost to BYU?
Yeah.
That he'd shove a burrito in his ass?
Did
and
they
then,
lose to BYU?
And then they lost, and then he did.
He posted a picture.
Yeah.
How?
He had like a bag over his head, and
I think he
went to Taco Bell and he froze a burrito.
Oh,
and
so
he
it's
took it
like
out
a
of the,
small burrito. I go to taco trucks and these burritos.
I think he said it was a beefy 5-layer burrito. That's what I believe it was.
Please don't do that fist again. It was a photo of him, pants around ankles, with
you
a
could
burrito.
see, like, the tin foil on the side.
He could have easily just
right in the butt,
kind of put it in between his cheeks. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
there's
yeah,
no
because
evidence.
you can't post online of like the dirt star
Yeah.
with a burrito hanging out.
But both Taco Bell and BYU
no
social
fist,
medias
please.
got involved.
Thank you. What did you say?
I said both Taco Bell and BYU social medias got involved. BYU social media got involved in this.
What'd they say?
When they won the game, they just tweeted "Live Moss."
That's great.
Quality troll.
I love the Wendy's, like the Wendy's social media troll.
They're good.
I love that
More
stuff.
people
Just
should
lean into
understand.
it.
Yes.
Don't say anything offensive.
Yes.
But just enjoy the
Be
moment
fun.
and be on it.
The Hops are really good at that.
Like who's the dude from the draft that was like, we're gonna run out of Busch Light?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, no, it was the Seahawks draft pick, Gray Zabel. They asked him like, how are you gonna celebrate tonight? He's like, probably dive into this thing of Busch Light right here, and then Busch Light. Then they tweeted Busch Light and said we're almost out, and they're like, oh, we got your back, and it became a whole thing.
Yeah, like that's fun. That's fun.
I have booze news I wanted to share with you. And I only ever present good booze news, not bad booze news.
What's bad booze news?
Well, like, when they say, oh, if you have 8 alcoholic drinks a week, you're going to die of dementia. You know?
That sounds from my doctor.
Prohibition's coming back.
Yeah, that kind of crap. It's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, our government is run by people that don't drink.
Finding out the younger generations are just not drinking anymore.
Yeah, they don't like to drink.
It's true. I got a couple friends who are teachers. They're high school teachers.
They're all microdosing stuff instead.
No, it's not even that. Like, they would rather sit around and maybe smoke pot, but they would actually rather sit around and be on their phones because there's no parents yelling
Why
at them.
do you
to get
think
off
they
the phone.
don't drink? Like, for you and I and Buck, we all love a good drink.
Mm-hmm.
It's part of our lives.
Sure.
Why do you think that changed for the youngs? You think just the phones?
I think so.
That's it?
I think it's big, yeah, and I think it's people do so many stupid things.
So I'm talking about like the physical feeling of,
Well,
like
that
a buzz.
I don't know because that's why we do it because we love the buzz.
Yes.
The buzz kind of feels you loose if you're listening
Relax.
to music or
Yes.
you're watching TV.
It enhances things.
Exactly.
Well, and also when you're
exactly.
younger, it's fun to like toe that line and try to push that envelope. And I don't know.
I think a lot of people do really stupid things because of alcohol. Whether it's you yelled at your mother-in-law or you were driving a car and killed somebody. It can be extreme to non-extreme. That I think maybe people are scared of being a part of that.
The youngs?
The youngs. I also think there's a lot of bad parents out there because of alcohol. And maybe more so now than ever.
That's true.
Like, as somebody who grew up in the 90s, my parents weren't big drinkers, but boy, drinking in the 2000s was huge for me growing up.
Or maybe they just don't like how it makes them feel with weed being legal.
It's also not healthy. I think Buck was kind of alluding to that. It's also, like beer. Like, I love beer. If I stopped drinking beer in 2 weeks, I'd lose probably 20 pounds.
I meant to ask you today, how do you drink so much beer? Like, how does that not make you feel? Because you're how old?
I'll be 40 in June.
Because I'd say, okay, so you're 40, so you're still pretty young. I'm wondering in the next decade if you will get to where I became with beer. And I know a lot of our listeners agree with this because I talk to you out there. I do like beer. I like the taste of beer, drinker. But I got to a place where, dude, if I drink more than one of those, I'm either headed for the toilet or I feel like I'm going to throw up.
Well, I think, it's...
How do you do it?
I think, the big one is just you're used to it. It's like John Elway can tie one on. Well, yeah, because he ties one on every night. So it's that consistency. I also am fascinated by the production. I'm fascinated by the taste. There's so much more aspect to it that I am fascinated by, not to keep using the same word, but that I'm fascinated by than just the consummation, than just the feeling it gets me. If I could get a non-alcoholic beer to taste the way alcoholic beer does, I would do it all the time.
Real? Why?
Because I love the flavor. I love the style. I love
But you also like the buzz.
Well, of course I like the buzz, but
Yeah, so why do you want
I also
the
like tequila. And I also, will drink seltzers, and I like red wine. It's not about the buzz with me with beer.
Well, see, I thought you were exclusively a beer drinker.
Oh, no. I'm all over the place.
Okay.
No, I'm all over
Well,
the
that changes
place.
things. But I don't know. I just wonder if, as you get older, if you're going to start feeling the effects of beer more than other drinks.
Oh, I'm starting to. pull back. The caloric intake is just insane.
I don't know how these guys do it. I have a buddy who drinks IPA constantly. It's all he drinks, IPA.
We talked a little bit about this last week, Isaac, but I hit a wall at like 35,
Yeah,
where
35.
even though I enjoyed the IPAs, I just couldn't do it anymore. I felt like crap the next morning.
It makes you feel terrible.
If I have 4 beers, which is not uncommon in a day to have 4 beers, it used to be 4 IPAs. Now, no way. No way. I don't do that anymore.
That being said, Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun, sponsor of the club.
Used to be there.
And that's a nice, light, easy drinking beer.
Easy.
And those are great. The IPAs, man, wow. And I get why people like them. They're really good, but
very flavorful, yeah.
Dude.
It's a lot.
So my
750 calories.
We have a super boost per beer. God, yeah, no. And so I was gonna tell you, I have a friend. All he does is drink. So he'll drink 4 of those.
What's he look like? Does he look like me?
He's a little portly.
Yeah, he
but
look like
he's
me.
not that bad. I mean,
would you say I'm portly, but not that bad?
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah.
But yeah, kinda similar. But I don't know. I don't know how he does it. Anyway, the super booze that I'm telling you about, or wanting to tell you about, is champagne. Do you drink champagne?
Champagne, yes.
Protects
yes.
the heart from cardiac arrest. New research.
Oh, okay. So
That's right.
So I should pop a bottle right now.
This is from Shanghai, and it suggests a glass of fizz will have beneficial effects on your ticker.
That's hilarious. My wife and I have a very, very good friend of mine. Every time we go over there, she's like, so, champagne? Everybody want a glass of champagne? We were like, you just drink champagne every day? You ever had a champagne hangover?
Yeah, I don't like that.
Absolute brutal.
Champagne can be rough.
Can be very rough.
Now, what do you stand on the idea that different boozes give you different different boozes are different drunks?
Without a doubt. I think they're different drunks. I think they're different hangovers.
Yeah, I agree. But there are other people who will say it's the same. Like it should. Now the mixers, if you're mixing things, sugary mixers versus
if you have a whiskey Coke versus
that's
versus
different.
a beer, that's very different.
That's very different. But I'm talking about just if we just had a shot of gin, shot of vodka,
tequila,
shot of tequila,
whiskey,
shot of whiskey. That's 4 different drunks I'm about to have.
I agree.
And I don't know if that's science, but I think it is.
I think it's sugar. Whiskey,
yeah.
brown
better
liquor.
Check their hypotenuses, dude.
Brown liquor is sugar.
Yeah.
Yep. Like I drink gin and tequila. Tequila's got some good sugar in it.
Tequila's hot right now.
Tequila's got weird drunk for me, man.
Tequila's got a lot of sugar in it.
I will go to my grave saying tequila. I'm scared of tequila because I just get crazy. I'm bad. Yeah.
Oh, see, not me. I'm even keeled on tequila.
I don't understand that.
The whiskey is probably what I should probably not do. Gin keeps me the most tame. Tequila keeps me the most Patrick. Whiskey keeps me the most. There ain't much of us. There ain't much of us. But it is weird, though. I do believe that. A whiskey drunk, a wine drunk, a beer drunk.
Yeah.
Those are all very different Patricks.
Here's another weird thing.
Those are all very different Patricks.
Yeah. I think we're all on the same page here.
But it's got to be a body chemistry. Back to your point.
Yeah.
It's a science thing. It's how your body, like you and I can be the same height, the same weight, have the same diet.
Yeah, that's true.
Everything, and our bodies are going to react.
Because there's a lot of people who get headaches from red wine.
Yeah.
The tannins of red wine.
I know people that have 3 ounces of an IPA and get a headache the next day.
Yeah. Yeah, here's another thing that's happened to me as I get older. I'm moving more into the whites. Do not clip that. The white wines.
Do not clip that, you son of a bitch.
I can't get into the whites. Don't clip that.
Yes,
either.
clip that. That's a great one.
I just have always preferred
my
the
wine
whites.
guy told me this back when I started ordering wine from him by the bushel.
I'm asking where the white power rankings go.
And he said, you know, because I ordered a bunch of big reds, Cabernets and stuff, and he was like, you know, he goes, over time, I'm telling you, you won't believe me now, but hear me. You'll be ordering whites and rosés from me. Your palate, he said, almost everybody that starts that way,
you can see the trend.
The palate changes, and you just morph and grow and change.
Now,
and he's exactly right.
Did you already have a base appreciation for whites?
Nope.
Because I cannot get into it. I hate the whites. Clip that.
Yeah, this is going to be a good montage before it's all
this
said
is
and
good.
done.
Yeah, this is my reel right now.
No, I never really explored them. I was like, that's what my grandma drinks.
Because
Like,
I try to explore
red
them,
wine.
I just can't get
They're
it.
good.
They all come across too sweet to me.
Yeah.
They all come across.
Nah, you need to dig more.
There's
you
like
need
a
to dig
grape.
deeper.
There's like a grape flavor that I'm just not into in the whites.
Yeah, let's dig deeper.
All right.
Let's dig deeper. For you.
I'm down. I want to.
Let's go wine tasting. You and me.
You and me.
Solve the world's
Buck's
problems.
driving.
Buck's driving. That's
No.
right.
We're getting an Uber then.
Pounding champagne for his heart.
Buck's paying from Dundee to here.
Oof.
That sounded like Sam Elliott right there. Did you hear that? Did you hear a little Sam Elliott in that line?
Buck's paying
From Dundee to here.
from Dundee to here.
God.
Only you
All
can
right.
prevent wildfire.
Let's talk. And by the way, that sounds like Sam Elliott. That's Patrick.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
That's Sam. This is Patrick.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
I'll re-record that at some point.
It's really close.
and do the faster cadence.
Yeah,
Because he
more
kind of
like him.
he kind of gets
if
it
they
going.
dropped you into the commercial production, people, the general public, wouldn't know the difference.
I don't think they would. Let's do it next segment.
All right.
I want you to do it, and
your
we're going to
show.
try to match it up perfectly.
All right.
All right.
Who's editing that?
You.
No.
Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. I do not think I will be editing that. We will see. On the hardwood, the Warriors getting absolutely dominated by the Rockets in Houston. The Rockets have opened up a 30-point lead in the fourth quarter. It's that's just a 20-point lead. A 20-point lead. 107-87 is the count. 23 points from Fred VanVleet leading Houston. It looks like that series will go back to Golden State for Game 6. Coming up at 7 o'clock on TNT, the Lakers try to avoid elimination at the hands of the Timberwolves. That one in Los Angeles, where the Lakers are favored by 5.5. Meanwhile, on the ice, a couple games underway currently. Both potential elimination games. The Capitals up 3-1 on the Canadiens with 5.5 minutes to go. Capitals will punch their ticket to the next round if that result holds. The Panthers up 4-3 in a wild one against the Lightning in Tampa. They're at the second intermission. Florida will advance if this result holds. Coming up at 6:52 over on ESPN, the Blues and Jets with big Game 5. That series knotted 2 games apiece. And the Mariners today sweep their 2-game set against the Anaheim Angels, or the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. They win 9-3 behind a 6-run 7th inning. They've won their 7th straight series. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Heard or missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
More, please. Golf in the Northwest with Jason Swigart is back. Saturdays at 8 a.m. before the Sinner and the Saint on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting rules for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Consult a doctor prior to use.
Wow, you look amazing. What have you been doing?
I'm sure you've heard of Ozempic, Wegovy, and the other GLP-1 medications, right? Well, I found this great company called Zelfie. If you qualify, their providers can prescribe medications like Ozempic and Wegovy and other GLP-1 medications that are 80 to 90% less expensive, all 100% online.
I can get GLP-1 medications for 80 to 90% less and do it all online? No doctor's office or pharmacy?
Yes, Zelfie can provide semaglutide or tirzepatide, the active ingredients in Ozempic and other expensive GLP-1s, but for 80 to 90% less and shipped directly to your door.
How do I get started with Zelfie?
Just send them a text.
Text MIND to 200-300 to get started today with Zelfie. Get the same active ingredients in Wegovy or Ozempic, but for 80 to 90% less and 100% online. Don't wait. Text MIND to 200-300 right now for a link to your exclusive offer. Text MIND to 200-300. That's MIND to 200-300. MIND to 200-300.
But I passed the breath test. This is McDaniel Reynolds with the Reynolds Defense Firm, and we specialize in one thing. We represent good people facing DUI charges. While you know that it's illegal to drive with a .08 or greater blood alcohol content, not everyone knows that you could be arrested in Oregon for an alcohol DUI even if you blow well under a .08. This is a pretty loose standard, and it's a way
and some guy walks up, hippie-looking dude, and goes, "Hey, is Rop and Sook here?" And Dusty's like, "What do you need?" And he's like, "Here, give him."
Dusty is the underlying hero of this whole story.
Yes,
he really is.
Not that the guy would have got in anyway, but you never know what you're dealing with.
You never know.
Nothing against Jeek Caesars. But he hands Dusty this bag, and he goes, "Here, this is for Mike Lynch." And it's a brown, it's like a Hardee's bag or like Carl's Jr. bag or something.
Something like that, yeah.
And in it is
Five Guys. I think it was Five
Guys bag.
Yeah.
And in it is like $300 of $1 bills wadded into rubber bands of 10.
$310.
Yeah. And he was a street performer playing guitar, and he heard about Mike being diagnosed with ALS. And he just gave him his tips for that day, $310. Said, "Give this to Mike."
First of all, that's good. That's
Yeah.
good tips
Yeah.
in a day.
And I just thought that was super cool. And he said his name was Jeek Caesars.
Jeek Caesars.
So you got the Jeek Caesars money to Mike.
I did. I had to deposit it. I had to take 310 crusty $1 bills to the bank, and then I Venmo'd Mike. And I'll tell you what, Mike and I, we text from time to time. We stay in pretty okay contact for people that are doing stuff. I'm trying to pull it up. Let's see. He texted me last. When did he text me? He texted me on Tuesday, April 22nd. That's last Tuesday. He said, "Not much better than early season baseball with all the new players and surprises. I miss this time too."
Nice.
So the news on Mike is that things aren't getting worse.
Okay.
That's the update I will give you. I mean, boy, I give that guy a lot of credit. He is way more positive than I could have ever been in that situation.
Yeah.
And Mike is still there. When you talk to him and you have convos, it's the same old Mike Lynch.
ALS is a nasty.
It is very, very
disease.
nasty. You would not recognize Mike.
Yeah. He's in a wheelchair.
Yep.
Has trouble speaking.
Yep.
I know they've outfitted his house with a lot of things that he needs to help him get around and stuff. But I text, every once in a while he'll text, and he's watching his Yankees. Royals Yankees last September was like, he gave me crap about that playoff series. So
he's still Mike.
We're thinking about the guy. Thanks for the update. Now here Buck is done editing, and let's see. Well, we'll know which is which.
Of course we will.
But let's see how close you got.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Only you can prevent wildfires. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Those are both of Patrick's takes, plus a Sam Elliott take.
Okay, can you first
It's
of all
the prevent that's getting me.
Can you drop the ambiance real quick if you could? I think we need another take. Can you give me the
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Can prevent.
Okay, so that's Sam.
Can prevent.
And then give me
Only you can prevent wildfires.
I think you need to go a little lower.
Yep,
you need
I agree. I'm so worried about
you can prevent wildfires.
Yeah, it's got to go
I'm
lower.
so worried about that
You can
prevent wildfires.
Should we get you a cigarette?
No, I can do this.
I think it needs to be an octave lower. I don't even know what an octave is. I don't know why I'm talking like that.
No, you're right.
But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because the first one you did
Only
was
you.
lower.
But it was
Only
slower.
you can prevent wildfires.
Yeah, see,
So I got to
that's
be in
lower.
that register. You're talking about register.
You need
I gotta
that
be in
register
but a little
faster.
faster. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Yeah, see, you didn't go
If you
on
mesh those two, you're probably in good shape.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
I think you got to hit the prevent a little better.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
That might be pretty good.
That's pretty good. I think the only you.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
That is not me. But you looked at me like
I
it
did.
was me.
I was like, oh my God, that's great.
But the only you I've got. I've got the only
you can prevent.
That was Patrick. That was Patrick's only you.
I know.
Only
I think
you.
the only you
Only
part.
you can prevent wildfires.
Can prevent. Because he like goes up. It's like this prevent.
Okay, so let's do this. I feel like
There's not going to be enough time to turn this around.
Sure there is. I feel like I feel like I'm an award-winning director right here.
You there's not.
Okay, so the only you on his first clip.
Only you
There.
can prevent wild.
That only you. Let's use that, and then let's just focus right now
on the
wildfires. Prevent part. Yeah. He's hacking up a lung, ladies and gentlemen. So let's hear Sam's part again.
Only you can prevent
Wait, no, that's Patrick Smart.
wildfires. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Can prevent. He kind of goes pretty fast.
And he kind of goes up a little.
He almost
does.
says prevent.
Yeah.
Prevent.
And it's hard to go lower range when he's going that fast.
Can prevent wildfires.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Can prevent wildfires. No. I always like this. Wildfires.
Yeah, you trail off on
I
the
like
fire.
this far.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Focus. Ready, action.
Only you can prevent wildfires. Damn it, I did it again.
I think you need to work on it.
I will.
We're going to get it.
We're going to get it. I didn't realize it was so fast. And the prevent.
Yeah, I got to be honest with you.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Now
I feel like I'm rushing it every time.
Well, as an award-winning director, producer now that I am.
Host.
I'm now thinking that that's not the best Sam Elliott clip to have you do.
There might be some more out there that are better.
Because I don't think his version of that is his best.
Is his best.
Yeah, because the prevent and it's just weird.
Well, you want to try again on Friday?
Yes.
See what I did there? See what I did there?
Hey, listen. You come in here on Friday.
All right.
You're hosting. I'm sitting over there.
Yeah, you want to do it?
Yes.
All right.
Because that's easier for me.
I know it is.
Stroganoff.
Might be easier for me.
And I don't even want to know what's on the show. I'm just gonna.
Oh, you flying blind?
I'm gonna spit.
Irish beef stew.
Irish beef stew.
Ooh, that's good. Yeah, let's do it.
Did you ever see Thank You for Smoking?
Yes.
He's the Marlboro Man in that. Is that not the perfect casting?
Steaks balsamico. All right.
All right, I'll see you Friday.
Hey, all right, come on in. This is great. We don't have a boss. What's he gonna say? No? Watch Jeff text me. He's like, no.
I texted that to
Rest in
Schultz the
peace,
other day. I was like, I don't know who to text. I don't have a boss.
We don't have a boss.
He was like, text swag. I was like, I'd rather die.
Hell, it may be award-winning radio. We don't know. All right, we're back tomorrow.
Fried steak.
It's me and Buck
Fried steak.
on a Thursday, 3 to 7 on the Fan. Good night.
Catalonian beef ragu, steak Diane, beef brisket, sauerbraten, Chateaubriand, Mongolian